So they have just has a student population of 10,000 students. We intend at this pilot phase to onboard 2,500. So far, we have onboarded around 600, over 600, close to 700. So the Student Apprentice Hub has established as SMS Eatery, Student Meals for Skills Eatery. The stock from where their meals are made, so that the cost of making that meals is a bit subsidized, and they are willing to pay, for instance, a meal or a normal student meal would go for 70 bob when it costs 50. So the 20 bob different margin becomes the loyalty saving. So what this dashboard says is what already has happened, that we have the students that are onboarded are called smart students because they are moving towards fundraising for the climate. So 684 are the smart students out of a targeted 2,500. We have, so far, we are targeting the 40 public universities. We are in one public university. So if you look at the student, smart students are 684, the smart households, out of learning, we have been able to train 6 apprentices. These 6 apprentices have gone ahead and activated village climate investment groups. So the village climate investment groups, if you see total activations, we have 26 activations, out of which the village climate investment group we have 25 villages activated out of a possible targeted 2,500. So this means we're just doing 1% of what is possible. And out of that activation, this one is just one university, which over time we will have 40 of them. So get over that. When you look at the smart households, we are having 1,634. We call them smart households. Out of the 25 villages, we target to onboard every village, we target 100 households. But so far, out of our target, out of the 24, we'll be doing 2,500, but we have done 1,634. Those are people who have been onboarded into our system. Unlike the university where we are using the eatery, at the village, we are transforming the kiosk, as you know it, into a smart kiosk, whereas people do what they must do, buy their consumables, fast-moving consumer goods, then ideally they are saving the margins therein. So this farm, if you look at, so it then means the people we onboarded around 2,300, if you look at the number, but then in terms of loyalty savings, let me see the loyalty. You'd have just said there. Yes, thank you. So far the revenue, this is just the sales that have happened. This is over just a period of 3 months, 1.5 million, out of which we have managed total loyalty points of 470,935. It is this loyalty that has been able to pay the stipend to facilitate 6 student apprentices, the pioneer student apprentices, to be able to activate 25 villages. I think, is there a mic over there? Is there a mic? Kindly just get one there. So, Mr. President, just introduce yourself. He is the founder, president of the Student Apprentice Hub that makes this possible. Yes, kindly, just take 30 seconds or a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. My name is Joel Odidi, and I'm the current incumbent president of Jaramogi University. And I'm also serving as the founding chair of the Students Apprentice Hub. And whatever is discussing is very true. We have been able to establish a Students Hub that is offering diverse pathway careers, high quality careers to the students. And he was sharing that in that particular hub, as students consume whatever they must, they will be able to have loyalty savings. That loyalty saving is accumulating in form of the points that will also enable them to unlock different items. Like, for example, if you're a loyal member or a loyal student to the Apprentice Hub, and you have accumulated your points, will be able to give you or have a magical card to ensure that you cater for your medical needs. You present that to the different hospital, accredited hospital, you present that particular hub, and you get all the medical services without any payment. Thank you for that, Mr. Morris.
Thank you. And now, out of one representative of the 6 apprentices who have done work to activate the 25 villages we're talking about, kindly takes 30 seconds.
Thank you, Bwana Morris. I'm Godfrey Odijo Owor, a third-year student from Jaramogi Odinga University of Science and Technology, a third-year student from School of Engineering. I'm a representative of 6 student apprentices that were working to activate the 25 villages that Bwana Morris is talking about. The village climate investment groups, we've managed to activate 25 of them, but that one is just but 1% of Siaya County. Take a situation where we will be where we shall have activated the whole of Siaya County and even to other counties in Kenya. This village climate investment groups allows 100 households to on-source climate finance for food forest academies, climate investment, and communalized land tenure. We realized that the food forest academies, this is where we grab the 6 to 14-year-old, and the village climate investment groups is managed by 10 climate mentors, 1 health promoter, and a kiosk operator, just to mean that it is a broad-based movement whereby a young villager is included, a youth is included, and even the whole village system. That is how far we are, and we are working forward to see this working throughout Kenya and even in our public universities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that is students enabled to do this. We've just done 1% 6. So it means when we are fully done in the county, we'll be doing 600 of them. And that would be the workforce. So they'll be graduated as smart extension service providers to take this to the next level. Now, we said there's the dignity of a sleep. We are according these smart students and the smart households the dignity of a sleep. A salaried individual is very easy to be loaned because he's demonstrated ability to pay. A government that collects tax is loaned on the basis of tax. The last mile, Kenya is 80% informal economy. So the last mile is off the financial grid. We are mainstreaming them using a concept we call LAS, loyalty as a service, where we will be able to give a loyalty slip to every living member who is eating. So on that note, are you able to share the prototype of the LAS mobile app? So the development, once done, you'll be able to meet it in your Play Store, where you will be able to download it as a mobile app to enable you accumulate your loyalty points towards climate financing as you do what you must do, which is to eat. If you are able to pull it, you'll be able to speak to it. Very quickly, I want to, so we've demonstrated the Student Apprentice Hub and how the skilling is equipping students to do smart extension. If he was able to pull, I would be able to show you just a user interface of a mobile app, which will be available for use. Then the Village Climate Investor Group is shared. The Climate Impact Bond. There's a Climate Impact Bond. Yes, so this is how it looks, just very quick. Yeah. So this would be like how your mobile app looks. On the top up, just say on the top up. Yes, top up. There you will be able. We don't have, just leave it there. You'll be able to speak to it and don't get inside. Yeah. So on the top up, it will just leave it that way. On the top up, you can get your e-money from either your bank account or your mobile wallet. Once it comes, yes, I'm finishing. It will reflect as a wallet balance. Then as you eat, you do your normal eating, it accumulates the loyalty points that shows you. It is that loyalty points that then you are able to dedicate to some investment portfolios, including health insurance and all that. We want to ensure that we are able to come up with a climate insurance or agribusiness insurance that can give the young people an opportunity to venture into farming, knowing that even if there's crop failure, they still can be taken care of, so that farming becomes a sure bet and they can take onto it. Climate impact bond, which is the last thing I want to talk about, is that governments deliver on certain services. One of them is waste management. At the university, as people eat, they waste. We also want to make money as people waste. So the university has a lagoon where all the wasting happens. We have a waste to energy model that we are partnering with the Bondo municipality to ensure that we are able to turn the waste into biogas, into compost, and into electricity, so that the university can begin paying electricity bills to the student apprentice hub as a way of mobilizing monies for the climate. So in the interest of time, I would want to leave it there. My take is that what these students are able to do is because of those who are delivering on skills and willing to skill them. You are all called upon to be mentors of these students. Join in the bandwagon. Once we are able to share how to go about this, I guess you will be able to be glad to be mentors, to handhold these students, because we'll be onboarding them in their numbers across the 40 public universities. Thank you very much. From policy to practice. Thank you.
Hey, you guys are selfish with claps. Can you kindly give him another round of applause? A louder one. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Wow, you guys are so tired, eh? You guys are so dull. Hatuwezi endelea hivi. We can't proceed like this. This is the last day we need to give all our energy so that we can have a proper conclusion. So may we be upstanding kindly? We cannot start like this. Come on. We can't start like this. DJ, you can do something. These people need to. I want you to just leave your table. Just go to talk to your neighbor about in another table. Something about pastoralism. Or rather, just what you've learned. Just go and share with your neighbor. I want to see people moving at least. Yeah, just move, go and share. Because randomly I'll be asking you questions. What your neighbor told you. You should get the name of your neighbor or your friend whom you have met. Please get the name, and they can share with you anything about pastoralism, what they have learned. We have 3 minutes to do that. So talk to as many as you can. Well, now you can finalize. I'm going around to ask questions. Well, you can now finalize. So I'm walking around now. Go back to your seats. So I'm coming around asking questions, the name of the person you spoke to and what they shared with you. Yes, you can go back to your stations. So I'm walking around asking 3 or rather 5 random people what you discussed and with who. All right, can I have your attention now? Well, thank you. Where's the other microphone? Yeah, so randomly, I'm walking around just to ask random people what you talked about and with who. So I'll start from my left. I'll give the gentleman. So whom did you talk to? The name, what did you share?
Thank you so much. My name is Victor Mondi. I talked to Irene Mukalo of Reconcile. And I think what we agreed is that pastoralism is a people's way of life that needs to be recognized. And given that the expansive nature of where we have the asals, it provides a lot of opportunity for us that we need to tap. And when it comes to adaptation and mitigation to climate change, it offers a lot of opportunities. So as opposed to what has happened before, then we need to rethink and relook at pastoralism as something that we need to take seriously. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That's wonderful. That was a wonderful conversation. So I'll now proceed to give the microphone to...
So my name is Robinson. I'm from... Okay. I'm called Robinson Lokol. I'm from Turkana. I did share with my friend from West Pokot. And given the fact that all of us are pastoralists, and at times as Turkana, we used to, not even we used to have, we always have conflicts, which is being caused as a result of, let's say, looking for, when we have scarcity of pasture and water, that is mostly where we clutch. And so therefore, as brothers, we've shared ways to curb the same. Thank you.
Whom did you speak to? Whom did you speak to? Whom did you speak to?
I spoke to a friend called Luis.
All right, thank you. So you can have another one lady, and then the last person, then we finalize this session.
No, we were actually started making stories. But one of the things that we discussed, which maybe I'll tweak it a bit, was the issue of adaptability and being adaptable. And I think that's also something that is very synonymous with pastoralism. How, you know, with the variability of climate and, you know, the context in which they operate, you have to be adaptable, right? You can't stay stagnant. And because there's no predictability, so you have to keep evolving and keep changing. It was a very different conversation, but I'm just linking it. I was speaking with Biwot here from Elgeyo Marakwet County. Yeah.
Last one again, a lady, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nancy Nguru from Tembea. I just did 2 steps to Mohammed Halake here. who represents a pastoral community. And our conversation was around how the Tembea village can be adapted now that it's being implemented in a landscape which is different. How can it be adapted to the pastoral community? More importantly, he was interested in knowing how, through the loyalties from the households, smart households can be used to ensure the pastoral communities against the drought when it happens, how that can be used to ensure that they build that kind of resilience through the village can. And we have a date with him this evening to discuss the same.
Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you so much.
That is great.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the last day of this second edition of the high-level biennial regional policy conference on customary tenure rights in Eastern Africa. And at this juncture, I would like to start us off for the first session by inviting Mr. Ken Otieno, the Executive Director of Resource Conflict Institute, to come and lead in the moderation of the first session for today, which shall be discussing a number of issues, including securing pathways for pastoral resilience and sharing experiences and stories on mobility and transboundary pastoralism. Please, Mr. Ken Otieno, take the floor.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to believe that you had a good evening as well as a good night last night. Was there any challenge with anybody? Any problem from people from Uganda? Nothing. Tanzania? Mambo ilikuwa swari, eh? Okay, that's good. Ethiopia? They are not in the room yet. Eh? South Sudan, they are right where they were yesterday and the day before yesterday. So it seems like everything is okay. So ladies and gentlemen, let me just take this little opportunity to recognize the presence of Mr. Halake from the National Land Commission. On behalf of the Land Commission, he's sitting in today. It has been a fairly busy schedule for them, but we really appreciate, sir. And we are happy that you've joined us and we'll be benefiting from your presence. We also have, again, you know, for the opening session, for opening speeches, we had the Secretary Lands, Ministry of Lands. Today we have one of the technical representatives who is sitting in for Mr. Ntabo John, who is holding brief for the Director Lands. We have Mr. Ben Amolo, who is going to be with us and is going to be one of the first speakers. So I think in as much as we are coming to the end, I think we are also seeing the beginning of the next phase. And we have been talking about rangelands, pastoralism. We've been talking about the livelihoods of pastoralists. We've been talking about smallholder farmers. We've been talking about agriculture, the role of women, youth, and we've looked at issues of technology. And now we are going to kind of, connect all these things to the main issue, which probably bears the answers to all the questions that we've been asking, and that is the role of land use planning. Because we've talked about mobility, we've talked about conflict, we've talked about sustainable resource use, but all these things we cannot achieve much if there is nothing planned. And even if we plan and we don't plan properly, then still we are going to have these problems. Issues of climate change, carbon credit, all those things. So we have the privilege and the honor to be, we are going to listen to cases from Kenya, which Ben is going to present and set the scene. And then thereafter, we are going to listen to Savia, the coordinator for under the Ministry of Lands in South Sudan, who is also going to share with us with her colleague, Dr. James. And so we will have that. And I think at some point, we also have Salah, CEC Lands, who is also going to share with us from Mandera. And then in between, we'll also be listening to Justice Millicent Udeny, who is going to join us online from Environment Land Court to help us understand, again, deepening our understanding on the role of courts in securing customary tenure. So without taking too much time, I have the privilege and the honor to welcome Mr. Ben Amolo to share with us his thoughts, and thereafter we'll have the panel discussion. So thank you. So Ben, welcome. I don't know how you want to do it, whether you want to do it here, you want to rove. Yes, it will be projected. Come. So yeah, it's projecting.
All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Ben Amolo. I'm holding fort for John Tabo, who is supposed to do the remarks and the presentation for this particular presentation. But because of other commitments, I'll have to do it on his behalf. So I'll just deliver what he was supposed to deliver. And I'll be talking about participatory land use planning and how we have been able to undertake one in a pastoral area in Mandera County, a place called Halalio. So Mr. Ken, how do I navigate? Okay, because so the way I've structured the presentation, I'll just briefly talk about pastoral land governance and the nexus with the participatory land use planning and why it is significant, why we need to embrace.
For the facilitators, kindly tell me, the MC, how many minutes per presentation? Because I try to be very strict with time. 10 minutes. Okay. Sorry, John. So you are at 22 past. So.
Yes, and I did not have the benefit of attending the last 2 days. So some of the issues that are within my slides, I think I'll be able to run through very fast because I understand you might have talked about them. So I'll also highlight how we undertake participatory land use planning and how we did it with a case study of a LALIO local physical and land use plan within Mandera County. So without further ado, pastoral land governance, I'll not belabor in that because I think for the last 2 days, we have been speaking about it. But in terms of the land use perspective, it is a system of policies or decision-making processes within which you engage different communities to govern their land. And as far as land use planning is concerned, there are several issues which are being addressed by the land use plans through the participatory land use planning. And some of these are issues to do with grazing, land allocation, issues to do with water resource management, conflict resolutions between the different communities, the agrarian crop producers versus the livestock farmers, and so on and so forth. So participatory land use planning comes to enhance pastoral land governance. And in my subsequent slides, I'll be able to highlight how we were able to do this. And I'm happy to see some of the people we collaborated with, Mr. Hassan from IGAD. Thank you very much for coming. So I'll not belabor on these challenges because I understand you must have discussed them for the last 2 days. So I'll just go direct because I have, in the interest of time, I'll just go direct to the issues, or rather the participatory land use planning and how it is done and how it assists in pastoral land governance. So this is just a slide highlighting some of the issues which are being experienced within those pastoral areas. Issues to do with infrastructure, issues to do with drought, intermittent rains causing flooding, crop and livestock conflicts, drought which leads to the loss of livestock and property and so on and so forth. So with all these different challenges, participatory land use planning comes in as a dynamic and inclusive approach to engage different people, different stakeholders, including the local community, different stakeholders, including the government, the different institutions, and authorities. For example, Mandera County government, the National Land Commission, all these different stakeholders come together to assist the community to achieve sustainability. And sustainability comes when you look at it in 3 fronts. There's the environmental aspect, which is the basic, which is naturally given. So we have to do everything in our power not to injure the environment. So when we're advancing our social development, then the environment needs to be bearable. When we are advancing our economic opportunities, we have to take cognizance of the environment so that whatever project we are undertaking is viable. And when you look at the economic, socio-economic issues, then you are talking about equity, equal distribution of resources, and so on and so forth. So participatory land use planning enables us to achieve this. When you engage the community, use the different stakeholders, and you are able to get, because we have different approaches towards planning. And this is just a simple framework on how participatory planning can be achieved. Because we have the top-down approach, we have the bottom-up approach, and we have those push and pull factors. The top-down approach is where the mandated institutions, like the government of the day, takes everything within its structures, including the legal requirements, the legal statutes, the policies available, standards. Then they take to the people and say that you cannot do this because of 1, 2, 3. But that particular approach denies the communities their rights, and when you implement that single approach that way, then there will be more conflicts and will not be solving any problems. And if you look on the flip side, if you take the bottom-up approach, where you let the communities just to decide on how they do things, then things will be done haphazardly, and some of the issues might not be well implemented. For example, if you go to the communities and you say everybody to take their side, the livestock farmers will insist that they don't want anything to do with crop production because they want all the land to have the grazing areas. But that cannot work where we are at the moment, because we have to look at issues to do with food security. We have to complement and diversify these livelihoods so that we don't only depend on livestock. We also have to diversify into other areas. There are the push and pull factors. What makes these communities not to want to come to the table to agree on the way forward? For example, issues to do with the transparency. Communities might be have that feeling that whatever we say will not be implemented. So we need to enhance, use technological innovations to enhance accessibility to land information, to enhance affordability, and also access to any kind of information that will be relevant. And that's how we make participation. Societal needs, what these people needs when they are undertaking this planning exercise. Issues to do with food security, issues to do with tenure. We know that is a problem within these areas we are talking about. So participatory planning is very significant to pastoral land governance in the sense that it not only promotes sustainable resource management, but also empowers those communities, because these communities come up with their traditional knowledge. As an expert, and when we were doing the plan in Mandera, I went with that professional bias that these are just livestock producing areas. And shock was on me when we got there and we found out that that place is also viable for agriculture and they produce so much vegetable. So that traditional knowledge and how they do their farming using that particular river assisted us in making some of the decisions. So it empowers those pastoralists, promotes peaceful coexistence. And in my later slides, you'll be able to see that both the livestock farmers and the agriculture farmers coexist peacefully within the space that was confined to them. Because of time, I'll not go through all this, highlighting the benefits of land use planning vis-a-vis pastoral land governance, but I think they are self-explanatory. Issues to do with decision-making, it is participatory, conflict prevention, and adaptive management, because now we are talking about issues to do with climate change. So how do we do participatory planning? First of all, we do pre-planning where we mobilize community, we sensitize them, we tell them that this is what we want to achieve in the end, and we'll need them within the process to achieve that particular land use plan. After that, after mobilizing and sensitizing them, then we go to the field, collect baseline data, we do some visioning with the community, they give us their vision, and it has to be participatory. And they draw on the maps and do that mapping, community mapping, and it is participatory in nature. Then we take that information, we come back, have a technical session, we do some analysis, we do some scenarios, then we take it back to them to tell them what has been achieved. Then they validate if their issues were captured like they raised, if their aspirations were captured within that plan, and once the plan have been validated, it is approved and ready for implementation. So I want to briefly highlight a case study of Halaleo Center, that one that we did. And this was a project which was being funded by IGAD, Intergovernmental Development Authority for Development. And as a national government, we went there for technical support and capacity build the county in undertaking this particular exercise. So for Halaleo, it's found within Mandera County, and it's on the border with Ethiopia. And this was, Halaleo was one of the 4 centers which was identified by IGAD together with the county government to not only develop plans for those areas, but also to enhance security, because cross-border security issues to do with resources, water, and grazing areas. So that's why IGAD saw it best to have this Mandera or Somali cluster, to have those 4 centers planned to enhance that peace and security in that region. These are the 4 centers. We have Halaleo, which is on the extreme left, the one on the blue. We have Sala Center, Ramu, and Kiliweri. But for this particular occasion, I just want to show you how Halaleo was. So this was Halaleo planning area. And this is just a basic map showing how the people have settled there. So in red is a major road, Mandera Moyale Road. And the patches you are seeing in brown, those are settlements, how people have settlement within that particular area. So, and these settlements, they have settled like that, and they're not that far apart. They're like 2, 3, or 5 kilometers apart. And they have settled like that because of the issues to do with the sub-clans. And we cannot, when we went there, we thought that we can propose that we compact them within particular areas so that we allow other activities like pastoral grazing and the likes to happen elsewhere, so that they just settle within a particular urban center and open up the other areas for other activities. So the process was participatory. We engaged the different communities at different levels. And to also note, we had to segregate because the issues of gender was a big issue, because the women were not allowed to talk where men were. So we had to also have sessions with the women, side sessions, and also the youth. So in the long run, they were able to map the areas of their interests, what they wanted to do within the area, how they wanted their farmlands to be, where they wanted to have their open spaces of recreation, the livestock areas, and so on and so forth. So from their maps, we were able to develop these proposals where they were talking about having administrative offices, a bus park, additional cemeteries, special need education centers, and cattle holding grounds, and so on and so forth. So from that proposals, we were able now to do some further analysis, and now we developed the plans thematically. So for the settlements, we concentrated them within these 5 settlements, and this is where we will be having the residential and the commercial areas for purposes of servicing them in terms of utilities, water, sewerage, electricity, and so on. So we compacted them like that. Then we have the agriculture, the livestock promotion zones on the southern side of the learning area with the necessary infrastructure, like the watering points, the abattoirs, and the leather tanneries. The croplands were along the river, which is both irrigated farming and rain-fed. And we also proposed some value addition industries, the leather tanneries, the abattoirs, and value addition for agro-based industries. There are areas for conservation, the riparian along the river. We have the lagers, and in the middle there, we have some indigenous forests where we propose that they be reserved and conserved.
Thank you.
Social amenities, I'm done, just 2 slides. Then social amenities, we were able to produce for them, the schools and the hospitals and the administration areas, and the other infrastructure like solar farms, proposed solid waste management, proposed sewer treatment, and so on. So with all that, we developed this plan, and this is how now Halalio is supposed to be for the next 20 years, with livestock areas, settlement areas, farmlands, and now they will be able to live harmoniously without many conflicts. And we believe that they agreed, they validated the plan, and upon approval, if implemented, I think those conflicts will be reduced and peace will be enhanced. So because I'm run out of time, I'd like to stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ben. Can we give him a more organized clap? Thank you so much. Thanks, Ben. You will sit, but I'll call you back. I think number 2 is Savia from South Sudan. Savia, the time is between you and your time. So If the shorter time you take, the better for us, so that we can have your last word before you leave. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Once again, I'm leading the Land Reform Coordination Unit in the Ministry of Land, Housing, and Urban Development. I came here as a technical person. I'm also gender focal point in the ministry. When I received this invitation, from Ken, I said, why not? From my busy schedule, I have to spare some time to come, because this kind of engagement is very, very crucial for my unit. I'm going to give you just a quick story about mobility and transboundary pastoralism in Bahr al-Arab. From the Sudan side, it is called Bahr al-Arab. As it flows inside South Sudan, it is Kir River. You know, in South Sudan, we have 10 states and 3 administrative areas, and Northern Barghazal is one of the states bordering Sudan. And it is a good example to share this experience of both elements of transhuman and also transboundary for this learning process. It is a state bordering South Sudan, and it serves as a vital gateway for movement of pastoralists, refugees, and returnees, and flow of commodities between the two countries. The most distinctive factor here for this Northern Barghazal state is that there is a lot of trade and movement of commodities between the two countries passing through this state. There is also intense transhuman practice by the Rizigad. Rizigad is a Sudanese pastoralist community that seasonally migrate to Northern Barghazal in search of water and pasture for their livestock. This mobility has been long time in history. Since the time we were once Sudan, that movement was there. Now, Bahr al-Arab, which is also Kir River, what is the context? You know, there is prevalence of armed violence. Nowadays, pastoralists, they don't go barehanded. They have to be armed in protection of their life, in protection of their families, because they move with the families, women and children, so they need protection. Not only that, even from abduction, from cattle wrestling. International and internal border disputes are also there. The international border is with the Sudan, and then the internal boundary issues also exist. We have Awil Center. Awil is the major town of Northern Barghazal. There are also contestations over its status as a full county. You know, there are about 3 counties or 4. Awil West, Awil South, Awil East, and Awil Center. Political sensitivities is there with the Darfur. Another important political factor is involvement of youth. You know, youth nowadays, if you don't manage them properly, they are energetic and they are easy to be influenced. Conflict drivers, competition over natural resources, land dispute between Northern Barghazal and Abyei. Abyei is partly in South Sudan and partly in Sudan. It is an administrative area. Its status is going to be known later in future. the local trans-border agreements. Usually there are local trans-border agreements between the different counties during time of mobility, but also when the pastoralists are moving from Sudan southwards to South Sudan in search of water and pastoralism for their cattle, what happens is that agreements are signed, and those agreements have to be respected, and the duration and so forth. But what happens is that of reason, there are forceful migration because of being armed, and seasonal cross-border migration has been peaceful. But nowadays, with their arms, it is changing the dimension. The privatization of ancestral land, I think we have heard this also. This is a danger for the customary land, but we have seen during our 2 days engagement, the wind of change is blowing. When the wind blows, you cannot prevent it from blowing. So this means customary land is in danger, but what are we going to do? It's not only in Kenya, Tanzania, and everywhere, but in South Sudan, we are not exceptional. Although we may think that we're Africa's youngest country, we are 15 years old as a separate lawmaking entity. We are teenager. So we are good to go, because if you are 15 years old as a separate lawmaking entity, you are good to go. So we are not exceptional from this challenge. We have to work hard so that we protect the customary land and also develop it, so that the holders get the best benefits out of that. Challenges. The livestock disease, it is not new. We have heard yesterday. The changing dimension of seasonal migration to expansionism. Last year, I was in Northern Barghazal for a dialogue, which was organized by FAO, South Sudan. We had a lot of discussion, and they complained. They said this movement now, sometimes it is, they come and they don't go back quickly. So meaning the agreement which is reached is not being honored. Deepening enmity, trauma, and mistrust due to cattle raiding, the privatization of ancestral lands, ineffective land governance system, corruption, and lack of institutional capacity. How do we mitigate those factors for borderlands? There were some arguments also that when you say cross-border, it is conflicting term itself. From our recent engagement with some communities, sometimes it is better to call it borderlands. And that is why these new wordings are also coming. They are not new, but we need to avoid. If people feel that cross-border is conflicting, it is borderlands. We think that public information dissemination is necessary, intercommunity dialogue, as we did last year in Awil, Northern Barghazal State. It was very useful for the actors to understand the context and also to appreciate. Stable governance is necessary, and strengthened relations is necessary within the country, within the county, because charity begins at home. You cannot start sharing your resources in the borderlands before learning how to share your resources internally, within your county. Organizing cross-border trade livestock markets, it will bolster broader stability. We think that these are some of the activities which we need to do. It's not only coming for the conferences and going back, but we need to think what other tangible activities we can do in the region. These are some kinds of intervention. which are in the pipeline. Addressing exclusion and lack of access to tenure rights. Breaking the cycles of violence is very necessary because the violence among pastoralists has become as a vicious circle. How do you break that? It is necessary for us to break it and engage with them. Providing capacity, and then FAO is also supporting at the subnational level with these activities, including the dialogue among the pastoralists and so on. We think that research and documentation, we have learned a lot from the 2 days, from researchers and all of you. The academia has been also here. I think the engagement is necessary to push the agenda of customary tenure system. We also need to establish the community of practice on customary land tenure and then pastoralism and range land management. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening, and this is the end. As we go to airport to board, our departure is at 1, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation for the rest of the remaining period of the conference, and we look forward to receive all the outcome of the conference, and we look forward also to engage further. Now that we have had the conference, what next is the question we are taking home. And how do we continue to engage? Since customary tenure system is important and it is a must. We cannot dodge it. It is like a wind of change blowing. We have to adhere to that, and we have to develop it further. Thank you. My colleague, I will welcome my colleague. As we, yeah.
Thank you.
Please welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much, Savia. I think it has really been great having you around. And as Jamus comes, because they have to leave, so if there would be just maybe 2 questions from the audience to the coordinator, I will allow at least 2 or 3 questions, and then we will allow them to, because they'll not have the benefit of being on the panel discussion. So, Jamus?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I greet everybody. My name is Jamus Joseph. I have worked with those of Ken for a little bit on land issues. Madam Savia covered most of the mobility experience we have in South Sudan, but she focused mostly in Northern Bahr Ghazal and in Bahr al-Arab area. Now, this mobility also takes place in the southern parts of the country. A lot of it is taking place there too. Now, there has been a lot of changes in the kind of mobility that we see in South Sudan. In the past, the mobility was intra-territorial. That means if you have a community X, the mobility was within the community in search of grazing resources. But that has changed. Now you see migration, I don't want to say migration, but movement across different types of land use with livestock. And this has brought agrarian communities and pastoralists in direct conflict. And in our country, those conflicts are not a joke. They're very deadly because people are heavily armed. So a lot of people lose their lives along with livestock. So that has been a change. In those days, for example, in the Toich area is the area surrounding the swamp areas. During the dry season, the swamp recedes. And when it recedes, there is lush grass, and the cattle keepers, the pastoralists, migrate from the uplands and come to graze in this area. In the rainy season, this place is flooded, they go back into the uplands. This was the kind of movement that they had. But this has changed. They now go across several communities across different types of land use forms, putting them into conflict directly. So that's the change. And we have another type of migration or transhumance from West Africa, from Senegal. You have the Mbororo community migrating from Senegal, crossing across Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Sudan, Southern Sudan, up to Ethiopia. So this is a huge migration distance. And along the way, they go across different forms of land use, agrarian communities, agro-pastoral communities, and putting them into conflict. Now, the question is, what has triggered this change in mobility? In some areas, it is because of land degradation, overgrazing. In some areas, it is because of heavy flooding, perennial flooding in South Sudan. And so how do we address those challenges? Why this change in type of mobility? These are some of the things we need to address: land degradation and change because of climate shock. We have to address all of these. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamus and Xavier. I think you've given us some critical highlights. And I think one of the things that Madam Xavier mentioned, which for me is very critical, is how we can manage mobility in the context or in a situation where there's abundance in terms of pasture, natural resources, but also at the same time, there's scarcity. So I think I cannot summarize what she has said I mean, I cannot do justice, but I think one thing that she has mentioned as a big factor of conflict is the questions of terms and definitions. So for instance, cross-boundary borderlands. I think IGAD has really promoted this terminology called the borderlands as a way to pacify warring communities. And then governance structures and effective management, I think, is something that is important. Tenure issues are still there, but I want to give the floor. I want to open the floor for, please, I don't want statements and another presentation. If there is no question mark at the end of your statement, it is not a question. So just be clear, it is a question. If it's a comment, let it brief. So I see Charles' hand is up. Let me just see how many hands are there. And please, let's make them as brief as possible so that we can. So Charles is number one. I see there is a hand here from Kamude. Okay, so I have those two. So Alan, we start with the Charles, straight to the point.
Yeah, this is a question.
And just a disclaimer, Dan is with us. I mean, Ben is with us. So there's one more presentation, so don't ask him any question.
All right, thank you. This is a question that goes to Mama from Southern Sudan. And it goes, in the context of South Sudan's evolving land governance, how are customary tenure rights being safeguarded when weighed against state and corporate interests in land for mining activities? And what mechanisms exist to ensure that communities, especially those under customary systems, retain control, benefit sharing, and decision-making power over their ancestral lands? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. In our tenure system, we have public land and private land and community land. And customary land is under community land. The Land Act 2009 provides guidelines for investments and so on. But there are so many gaps because we don't have the Community Land Act to organize the customary land. And this is a very critical area for us in South Sudan. And in terms of large acquisition of land by investors, which turns out to be negative to the side of the community because of this ambiguity of tenure system between the statutory and the customary. And moreover, the customary law, it is called law, but in a real sense, there are norms. And due to that factor, and that is why I said it is very, very crucial for us to do much work at that level to organize the community as far as investment is concerned. In the pre-urban or the areas which are adjacent to the urban areas like near Juba and all other towns, we have the community, they are responsible, the chiefs, they are responsible, they give land to investors, but through the organization of the state government, which do the survey and do all other legal aspects of the documentation. This is what I can explain for now, but there is a lot of work which need to be done in terms of protecting the customary land rights so that they get the best benefit out of investment.
Thank you, Madam Sylvia.
Good morning. Two simple questions. Goes to the first presenter. Does the land use plan require a gazette notice, and who approves the plan?
Thank you. Although I said you were supposed to shelve that question, but it's okay. Ben, briefly.
Yes, the land use plan requires that before you start planning, you have to do an intention to plan, notice of intention to plan. Then after you are finished, then you publish notice of completion. Then after you approve, then you publish a notice of approval. Because yes, publication is through a gazette notice and the local dailies. Yes, approval is done by the county assembly. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for me to allow Alan, who is the overall MC, to see his guests off, then he will decide to call me back.
Thank you so much, Ken, for that wonderful session, that wonderful moderation. We need to clap for the presenters, or I think they have a flight to catch in the next few hours. So today I'll teach us a new clapping method that I learned back when I was in high school and I was going to play hockey. So it is a clap from South Africa. It goes like señorita and bambarita. So when I say señorita, we clap 4 times. Right? Señorita. Señorita. Exactly. And then bambarita, we go 10 times, like. Is that okay? All right, let's say bambarita. Nice. No, somebody is trying to destroy. All right. So, señorita. Señorita is 4 times. We are in order, right? All right. Now, let's now give them a hearty clap of señorita and bambarita. Señorita. Señorita. Bambarita. Bambarita. Wow. Thank you so much. So the guests, we appreciate your time and the wisdom and the knowledge that you have shared with us. So mine is to wish you a safe flight back home. Now, Ken, you are welcome back to usher in the next series of guests, even as the guests get out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alan. And I think we move to the next case study, which is from Mandera again. And here we have the privilege to be joined by the CEC Lands, Mr. Sala. to share with us his experience and also just be able to give us how the county government is also has been instrumental in making some of these changes a reality. Thank you. So, Mr. Sala, karibu sana.
Still scrolling here. Yeah, so this one.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to stand before you and make a presentation with a specific focus on the Mandera cluster. As Ali introduced, my name is Salah Maalim. I'm the county executive member for lands, housing and urban development. But in Mandera, we have also additional roles that have been placed on the ministry, including circular economy, solid waste management, and sanitation, because of the vast areas that we cover. So our case study is Mandera, and we call it the Mandera Triangle. And the reason why it's called the Mandera Triangle is because it is a meeting point for Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia. And it's a very unique borderline. So the mobility and the transboundary issues there are driven by a number of factors that include pasture, trade, community relationships across, and there are also issues of shared resource, including the river, which is called our river. Now, the key dynamic issues is that there is what we refer as the pendulum movements. And this refers to seasonal movements for grazing, water, health, and education. Uniquely, Mandera is the most developed infrastructure, has the most developed infrastructure within the region. So every morning, if you go to the borderlines, you will be seeing children dressed in a school uniform crossing through the river from the Ethiopian side and through the borderline from the Somalia side, coming to study schools in Kenya. And it's a daily routine. There are also issues of the health. Mandera has the biggest facility in terms of health services, whereas the county government has not budgeted for any extra foreign patients. Very many things happen across the borderlines, and especially on the Somalia side. You will see that there are passengers traveling on the other side of Somalia, and they overrun an IED. So the first port of health entry is going to be Mandera. So they will be rushed across to come and have, there's other issue of livestock. And since the collapse of Somalia, the livestock industry across that borderline is not doing very well. So Mandera is one of the major livestock trading hubs now. So there is also that issue of movement across. We'll appreciate that women are the backbone of society in the Somali context, because they are the drivers of livelihood in most cases. So there's daily crossing across the borders for women doing trade. They are also adapting to new market, demands and dynamics. There are also issues of policy change. The issue of clan dynamics, conflict and insecurity is also a major factor in the transboundary issues that we are discussing. This is as a result of competition for resource. It might rain on the side of Ethiopia, and you see the parts of Mandera and parts of Somalia have not, and the drought is biting. So there are usually traditional mechanisms in which one group from either side of the border will send delegations to the other side of it, so that they are allowed, they agree on the period, they agree on the on the type of movement, and they agree on the number of people moving at any time. And there are issues which are really very sensitive. There are issues of inter and intra disputed territories. What that means is the settlement of the clans are structured in such a manner that there are boundaries which are not official. They are communal boundaries, so that you are not able to move from this side of the community to that side without seeking permission. As you are aware, that region suffers huge terror threats, especially from the Al-Shabaab, and they have created terror cells across all the countries. Ethiopia might be doing very well in terms of, mitigating, but the push and pull factors of radicalization has taken effect. And it is taken such a long time for us to realize that indeed our youths have been radicalized and they are deep into this. So the issue of security threats have really, slowed down and limited the movements across the border. What are the challenges in terms of policy, institutional, and governance? There are border restrictions. Like the Kenyan government says the borderline from BP1 to Kiunga in Lamu is closed. But that does not stop people living along the borderlines to do their trade and to move. So it's happening. It's unofficial. But the government restrictions in papers don't really stop them. There are also informal systems, especially on taxation and related, business disputes in the absence of these very strong institutions. Local governments, and I must say that Kenya looks the most effective in terms of its county government issues with all its shortcomings. But on the other side, and on the Somalia side now, we have the Jubaland administration, which is a sub-national, fighting the national government for lack of a better word of who controls the administration in the Gedo region. On the Ethiopian side, they have their own devolved system of governance that is very unique, and therefore, the three different types of governance structures in place is also a challenge for those communities and the transboundary movements and mobility for the pastoralism. international organizations, regional bodies like IGAD are implementing programs that are tailored to ensure that they cover, because these are member states, that they cover the 3 sections of the countries. And a very good example is what was presented here by Ben Omolo about the 4 centers that have been planned in Mandera. There are similar programs happening at the same time on the other side of Somalia and the other side of Ethiopia, depending on what they choose to do on all the sides. So these are also helping in issues of rangeland management, the issues of early warning systems, and even the peace-related issues. What are some of the strengths of the community resilience strategies? As you are all aware that the people occupying those regions are largely Somalis, and there is such network of communication that is usually oral. So the communities across the borders are aware of each other. So that helps them in the cross-border support. We have the adaptive mobility, the timing, the routes, and the species diversification. We have traditional systems which really work within the Somali context, and there are agreements, there are ways in which there is a long-standing strategies where they resolve the disputes. Then there are also the informal institutions that coordinate access to shared resources. I want to give an example or give you a story about the traders' adaptation during the border closures. I'm winding up in a minute. What this means is, since the border is closed officially, businesses across coordinate in such an informal manner in which goods and services are delivered. And even money transfers happen. And the informal channels include trust. Just like the way we do the M-Pesa service, you can transfer money from Mandera to go to Mogadishu, or to go to Luq, or to go to Dolo in Ethiopia, just by phone call. Somebody's called, he said, can you pay Bon Omolo in Mogadishu $300? Instantly, Bon will go there and get his money. So there's that kind of trust that, what are the ongoing challenges? The border closure is one of them. The issues of climate change, the insecurity that limits safe movements, the weak institutions, and the gender barriers. The lessons learned is let's support the traditional systems, the elders and the clan-based norms. Let us align the policies and the programs that we are designing, either as a government or as civil society organizations, to the realities on the ground. And let's have a joint grazing committees, early warning systems in place. And also we diversify the livelihoods beyond livestock, trade and remittance. My conclusion is that there is mobility resilience. It's not a crisis to be stopped, but it is a system to be supported and to be understood. The other major issue is that aligns with the theme of this conference in terms of research knowledge is very critical. So we have vital tools in adapting for climate change and conflict pressures. And lastly, but not the least, we have the regional cooperation and inclusive critical policy. And I rest my case. Thank you.
That clap is a very tired one. Eh? Is it because Waziri did not do justice to the job that he was given. Alan, where's Alan? Lorraine, come and organize for a good clap for Waziri. Because it is like,
Let's clap for Waziri. So we are going to do the 3 factorials. Yesterday you were taught 3 factorials. So let's do 3 factorials for Waziri because he has really done a very good job. So the count of 1, 2, 3, we go. Okay, I've not started. Why are you in a hurry? So 1, 2, 3, let's go. We didn't do it properly. Let's start again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Ken, you have the floor again.
okay, I think we have now the opportunity to ask all the questions that we would want to ask, clarify on the things that are not clear, and then we will have the opportunity to have Waziri or any other question that has been lingering in your mind since yesterday or day one, which you think has not been effectively responded to. Whether it is to ourselves, I think most of us have also did presentations. There are also technical questions. We have experts in the room. We have people who are also from other organizations who have lots of experience. We have IGAD still. We have, I can see Habitat for Humanity. So there's all those people. I mean, we have everybody in the room. So feel free to ask any question and I'll take the first 5. So number 1 is right in front here. I see number 2 in the back, number 3, number 4. I'm looking for number 5. Okay, so we'll do 4, 4. So we have number 1 is here, then number 2 is in the back, then number 3 on that table, then Mbogo is number 5. So
there's a number 6.
Okay, so Ananda, you'll be number 1 in the second round.
So who is number 1?
So number 1 is here. So you please tell us your name one more time and the question directed to who. And please, in order for us to have all the questions, let's be as brief, not another presentation. We have already thanked the presenters. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Osman Egal from Isiolo. The question goes to Waziri. Waziri, thank you very much for the presentation, but I just want a clarification on Mandera cluster, especially on Mandera, in Mandera County. But I think participatory land use is one of the conditions to be there, to especially in public participation, according to our Constitution, Act of 2019. The county is currently facing a court case in regard to the issue of delineation of land in Mandera. Was public participation or was there insufficient governance in relation to that? Why is it that some communities have gone to court?
Thank you.
Who was number 2?
Can we just speak?
She was supposed to come.
Number 2 is in the back.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Ziri, for the presentation. And my name is Shaban Sahal Abdi from Garissa County. And I think what Ziri has presented is the extension of largely what's happening in most pastoral setup. So my question is that now that you have said that Mandera is sitting at the intersection between Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia, and the mobility issues and cross-border movement of pastoralists is something which is of reality. And you have said that there is a state-defined policies or law by specific countries that forming the borderline. Is there any existing or probably a plan to develop a cross-border common framework, probably to enhance this common cross-border movement without fueling conflict? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Thank you once again. My name remains Paul from Karamoja. I just wanted to inquire. I think my commissioner has even left. I think commissioners are like Jesus. We look for them, and when we want to ask certain things, they are nowhere. The issue is currently Karamoja experiences, this general, Karamoja experiences a mineral rush. Maybe if I can use the words of Patrick Kipalu. And what is happening now, there is a place called Nakapel, where the Chinese are actually carrying out a mining activity. Now, this place is restricted, and we can say it's a part of the rangeland of the locals. But the information we have is that the foreigners have gotten a license from the central government. That means it is not within the jurisdiction of the local administration. And in this, if this happens and transpires more than twice, which is happening, Moroto, there is the marble mining. The locals around there live below poverty lines, and yet they're supposed to be benefiting, as stated in the Constitution. What happens? Does the central government probably have a plan for that and a response? Thank you.
Thank you. That was number 3. That was number 3 is here. Yes. Were you number 3? Huh? Yes. But you're not him. It's him.
I was number 3. But Lauren rearranged it. Actually, mine is not a question, but a comment. First of all, I want to thank the Honorable CEC for Lands from Mandera. He made it clear that pastoralism is not as perceived. Aggression on environment and pastoralists are not aggressors of peace. What he showed us is there is traditional mechanism.
He made a presentation and we are all clear.
Then I'm coming to my point now.
Yes.
When we talk about these conflicts and the pastoralism, we're talking of resource scarcity. But in real sense, at some points, conflict in pastoral areas are caused by government policies. If I give a very good example, like in Isiolo, as you hear in television, it's a cosmopolitan county. That center of Isiolo sub-county. In Isiolo sub-county, there are 5 major clans living there. The Borana, Turkana, Samburu, Meru, and Somali. When Professor Kindiki was the Minister for Interior, he presided over the pass out of 200 NPRs issued with guns who are partly residents of Isiolo.
Okay, excuse me, sorry. Just a minute. So what is the point? Because if we go that way...
My point is, if certain community is armed, Samburu were armed, Turkana were armed, the 2 remaining ones, there must be that feelings
Okay, okay.
of injustice done to them.
There's someone who will respond to that, so no worries. I think that's enough. Sorry. No, that's enough. Sorry, that's enough.
So I don't have to add.
No,
anyway.
that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you.
Number four? Four
That
or
was
five?
number four, eh?
Four, yes.
Yambogo.
Thank you very much, Waziri, for that very insightful presentation. I think it was very clear that there is more pressure on the Mandera government as compared to the others. And I just wanted to, if you could just add, what kind of collaboration is there between the three countries, the nature of collaboration, and if IGAD is able to bridge the gap that is there, which is not met by the three governments.
Thank you. I think, Waziri, you'll start from the last question. Sorry. Okay.
Allow me to respond. First, about the participatory, the court cases in Mandara and the urban delineation of urban boundaries, and as raised by the delegate from Isiolo. True, yes, actually the county government is facing a myriad of number of court cases, and the delineation of the boundaries, of urban boundaries, is clearly captured on the Urban and the Cities Act. And what that means is that people are already living in urban centers. For example, in Mandera, we have 6 constituencies, and each of those constituency headquarters is an urban center. But it is an urban center in the context of the community land. So what we are required to do by law is to set aside those urban centers out of the community land so that you can plan, survey, and regularize those urban centers which already people are living in them. So the reason why, particularly a member of parliament, I'm sorry to say this, has gone to court to stop this process, it's more of political than either constitutional or legal issues. Therefore, my take is that in the urban delineation process, the request comes from the county government to the cabinet secretary for lands. So there are cluster organizations like the Kenya Institute of Planners, the Institute of Surveyors, the National Ministry of Agriculture, the National Ministry for Environment, are invited to send representations to that ad hoc committee. So the ad hoc committee is the one to conduct public participation. But since we know how the Kenyan constitution today is, and the issue of public participation is relevant, so it can be translated in either way. That's how, but all the things that the county governments are doing is within the context of the law. The comment by Mr. Shaban is well placed with the member organizations like IGAD and the African Union for it to respond. But I think it is very important that we have policies that can create uniformity or can be, implemented across the 3 countries for easier coordination of both mobility and transboundary sharing of transboundary resource. And Mr. Paul from Karamoja, the challenges of foreign investors having direct license from national government without coordinating with either the community or the subnational government is a challenge for all of us. If you go to the Ministry of Mining's Kenya, you will see that the mineral deposits have been captured in the website. If you ask the communities living in those places, especially in the nomadic pastoral areas, they are not even aware that there are mineral deposits in the immediate, and they have not been informed. So a contractor will come carrying his, and we know the examples of the Tulu oil and all the other things. We also know about the solar energy, the windmill in Langalani and all the other issues. So these are also challenges across here. What kind of collaboration? IGAD is, I don't hold brief for IGAD. I think IGAD will be able to respond to some of it, but I want to bring you quickly to what IGAD is doing in terms of infrastructure. IGAD has been involved in trying to make it easy, in trying to coordinate Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia for the Horn of Africa Gateway Project. They are really putting a lot of energy in it to ensure that the countries receive the project. So we are doing a bridge across the Kenyan-Ethiopia River called the Suftu Crossing Point. They're also doing one-stop shop of customs in the Kenya-Somalia border. Then there's another bridge being done in a place called Malkaladeni, which is a crossing point in Ramu for Kenya-Ethiopia. Then there's another one-stop shop happening in Elwak. So at least from my engagement as a CEC lands in Mandara, because the issue of land is coming up, where do we put the bridges? Who is going to be affected by this program? We are involved, and we could see a very prominent role being played by the IGAD office in Nairobi in terms of coordinating, and Kenha, KRA, and all the other groups that are involved. And so if any of the other persons in the room have anything maybe to add into what I have left out.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Waziri. Ben, you have anything to add? One or two?
Not to add, yeah, maybe to add on the issue of Karamoja and what Wazira said about IGAD. IGAD has really tried to make some initiatives in improving peace and security within these cross-border areas. And in Karamoja, we also have a similar project which is ongoing, and IGAD is facilitating that. You see, when we talk about these regions, pastoral regions, at times we think that conflicts about grazing land and water and so on. But when we went there, we found out that what you have said is true about the minerals, and that places have high potential for minerals, and that's the real cause of conflicts. So IGAD is on the forefront, and they are working with the national government through our ministry.
Actually, IGAD is here, so
yes,
they will respond. So don't worry about it.
Okay, so I just wanted to highlight that.
Okay. So maybe you can give us
that
1 minute to just speak to IGAD.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning once again. Thank you. I think the Waziri has responded partly to what we have been doing together with Ben Omolo. These are the people whom we were working with since 2022. So the Horn of African Gateway Development Project is what is ongoing. There's a building of bridge. Everything was done. And the paperwork is now ongoing, and it is expected that by May, inshallah, next year, the construction work will going to start. And it has been said that that will going to ease many things, the trade between Ethiopia and also Somalia. There's also one border post stop between, there's a lot of friendly, our relationship the relationship between Kenya and Ethiopia is more cordial than that one of Somalia, and Kenya. For us, we are neutral, all our member states. We don't prefer, we have no preferences for one country. That is that. That is for that area. We also did some work on issues of climate change there, covering both the side of Mandera, Kenya, and also the side of Ethiopia. It's just across. When you cross the river, what divides Kenya and Ethiopia is just that river called River Dawa, which was just mentioned. But then when you also go to the east side, it's like one country, Somalia. There is a border Somalia town called Beled Hawa. I'm very sure it was in the news of late, you must have heard. And then Mandera. So maybe for somebody who is new, we're going to find that these here, they are not two countries, because almost the towns have entered each other. So the IGAD is planning now to have a border post, one-stop border post for both sides now, so that issues of insecurity and all that is taken care of. Finally, as Ben has alluded to, we're also doing some work on the side of Karamoja cluster. Karamoja cluster has Uganda, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Southern Sudan. So right now, what is going on is, as he has said, of course, what we have done in Mandera, which the Waziri was talking about, is exactly what we are also doing in Turkana, Lodwar. But then in addition to that, we are also developing a guide on alternative dispute resolution. We have been to Kapenguria, we have been to Lodwar several times. I know one of the participants also here, Veronica. Yeah, I think she's a witness. And somebody from Kapenguria, West Pokot. So, oh, great. So we are developing to reduce conflicts on issues of borders and land and all that. We are developing a guide, and the validation will come in the next 1 week. So we shall going to invite people, whatever that we got from the ground, we want people to validate, and then we come up with a guide. So I think in the interest of time, that is what we are doing. And IGAD is doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. So number one, the second round was Grace. So I want to see if there are, just a minute, let's see who else, how many people, because I also have a question which I want to ask Hassan. So maybe I'll be number two. Okay. I think in that case, we can start with Grace.
Thank you very much. For me, it's just a comment and also a call for collaboration between the partners that are here and Habitat for Humanity. I stand up. So for me, it's just a call for collaboration and partnership between the partners that are here and Habitat for Humanity. If you can allow me just to say briefly what we do so that you can see how we can work together and where we are found in Africa. So we're in 9 countries, and the East African countries that are present here, Uganda, Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, we are actively engaged there in ensuring everyone has a decent place to call home. And this can only be done if we have secure tenure of land. And also looking at the topics and discussions that have been going on here, I see an opportunity for us to work together to address the nexus of customary tenure rights and housing. And I'm happy that IGAD is here, noting that a few months ago, they launched a cross-border and urbanization engagement framework. I think it's one of your pillars that you've introduced. So would you want, if you really want to work with us to see how, even as we're engaging with the governments and policymakers on issues to do with displacement, rangelands, we can bring in the aspect of housing as a human right, especially for countries for partners that are here in Kenya, noting that the president has put housing as top of the agenda. It can really help to reduce even conflict. So for me, it's just a call of for us to collaborate, Ken. And I'm happy to take questions and also to link you with our country representative from Eastern Africa. So I'll have some time with the IGAD team to see how we can co-create to address issues to do with urbanization in the frame of housing and land tenure security. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. It sounds like we are heading down to the end of the program. So I just have a question to Hussein. When I got you to be saying that you, as IGAD, are working on an ADR. Is it a tool? Is it a framework? What is it? And then my question, therefore, is I think Kenya has gone a notch higher in terms of ADR and AJS, and there are all those things that now exist. So I'm wondering, again, if you are saying that there's one that you are developing, are you developing, an IGAD one, or you are developing a Kenyan one?
Thank you, Ken. That's a very valid question. For us, our intervention is not restricted to a country. So we are developing the guide for the Karamoja cluster. And this one came as a result of what we have seen, the conflicts that have persisted there. So when we are developing the guide, at the moment, that guide will going to serve Kenya and specifically West Pokot and Turkana. And then on the other side of Uganda, we are talking of Kotido. Personally, I've been there several times. Somebody was introduced himself as somebody from Kotido, I don't know. Oh, yes. So what we are doing at the moment is we are preparing that guideline because of the problems that has been. Actually, the frustration was very clear when we went to the ground, when we went to the field. So from all the parties, whether you go to Kotido, whether you go to Lodwar, and Lodwar in this case, not only the town, but places like Lokiriama, places like Lokicha, where my sister comes from, we have been to all these places. When we went to West Pokot, we have covered several places also within that area. So when you listen to these people, you'll find that the problems are the same almost. So now what we intend to do is to bring these people together and see how we can find a lasting solution. Because when we went to Lokicha, I think she's a witness, the problems went up to State House, Kenya, and nothing has been done according to what they told us, that the issues. So when you go to Turkanas, they will going to give you a narrative. You move to West Pokot, a different narrative. So each side trying to, justify their actions. So what we want to do is now we want to bring these people together. Sorry for taking a lot of time, and then have an amicable solution to the problem. As IGAD, as a region, that is the direction we intend to take. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Hussein, but at the risk of escalating this conversation, but I know that several years back, under IGAD, Siwan, and others, you effectively contributed to the development of the peace and conflict mitigation program or outline or framework in Kenya within the Office of the President. And over time, this kind of, died. And in terms of advancing alternative dispute resolutions and also alternative justice systems in Kenya, we are now having more functional court users associations at the local level. And why I'm raising this is that the two counties you mentioned, Turkana, West Pokot, have also been the reference point for coming up with this ADR conversation, modeling it around the traditional institutions, the Tree of Men, and all those kind of things. And then it is also within that belt where we have a number of Modogashe, we have the one that in Karamoja, the agreements, the peace agreements. So I don't know, but I want to be the devil's advocate in this, that is it really a problem of policy, frameworks, laws, or it is a problem of what Shadrach was saying, refusing to, accept and, deal with the issues as they were. I was just telling Hannah that in 2009 to 11, I was involved in, peace building and conflict management program in Kenya, in the Karamoja region, Kotido, Nakapriprit, Moroto, West Pokot, and we created these things which we were calling the peace dividend, projects. And for some time, peace was there. So I don't know, but I think it's more of, how we deal with the issues of communities' choice of what they want. But otherwise, I'm not convinced that this is a new tool. ISS, even earlier than that. I mean, for those who have been in peace building, ISS, came up with something which was eventually launched, and including, livestock tracing and all those kind of things. So, I mean, there are a lot of things, but anyway, I think let's see how it works. But also, even your own tool, the protocol itself, is also a tool, a framework for peace building and, conflict management cross-border. So member states are reluctant. So I don't know if they will agree to this. Those are my concerns. I don't know whether you need to respond to them, but let's see if there are final questions. I have two hands from Tanzania and West Pokot.
Thank you. I rise on the occasion on the statement just Ken has mentioned. Ken, from maybe the policies and everything that has been invested for maybe the last 2 decades looks to be disillusion. And I just want to tell him now that this could probably be the start. I come from Alale, and when we talk about Alale, you are talking about a person who moves to Turkana, to Uganda, and touches around 3 districts in Uganda. I go to Moroto district, I go to Nakapirpiret district, and also, what is the name of this other district? And when you realize there is a thing that I have come to realize, that if it doesn't work, peace may actually never be realized. As long as we don't have schools in the bandit-prone areas, we may take forever to actually gain peace. I am seated here with my fellow Turkanas. But you see, if I never went to school, and I never went to school, it is simple. We would be spending the last 3 days we sat here would have actually been used in the bush ambushing one another. And there is something that the government of Kenya has actually failed to realize from time immemorial, that development follows, for you to be able to have hospital, for you to be able to have school, it means you need to have roads. From Alale Ward, we have a stretch that is actually known for conflicts since time immemorial. And if you check it very clearly, this is a stretch that do not have roads. This is a stretch that do not have hospital. This is a stretch that do not have school. These are people who have not even seen cars. So how do you expect, how do you integrate these people with the other community? And then it means we first need to go the development way. Roads, you have to make this area accessible. And then after making the area accessible, and then you can actually now go ahead and bring reconciliatory mechanism and also encourage these people to take kids to school. Uganda in Koromojong region just did around 20 years investment in terms of peace. And if we can, I think my brothers from Koromojong can actually attest to this. between us and Koromojo now, we have very small selected cases of banditry because of the 15 years investment. So I think we need to change approach.
Thank you.
And it
I
is
think-
workable.
I like what you've said. And yesterday, Jared, when he was making his presentation, he asked a question, but we did not, we refused, maybe deliberately, not to respond to his question. But now you are responding to his question, though he's not in the room, but you've responded to him. So thank you. So, Zakaria?
Yeah, Asante. It's just my recommendation, because from the discussion we learned that there is a number of high petition from the court on the process and deliverable. That's a high investment engagement of different stakeholders. At the end of the day, the individuals or any politician can challenge to the court. I can share from our perspective, Tanzania perspective, we have that experience in the number of years back, many years, but we don't experience the same now. This is because after enactment of the law, we engage the sector ministers to come with the guideline. They set a minimum standard of public participation in land use planning, in forest management, etc. That is under mandate of specific ministry only. And if we cannot engage the government to come with this guideline to get the process, we'll continue to hear court petition in different areas. For Kenya, I can advise there is no need to go to request another law or another regulation. Just engage the sector minister to come with the minimum standard, the guideline. That stepwise give the minimum standard to develop land use planning. What are the minimum standard for public participation? Engage the village council members, the leaders, village assembly, what is the minimum number, etc. This will resolve all the problem. You cannot hear from Tanzania any petition from any deliverable. That's because of this guideline. That's why even when the government wants any land from the community, they support the process. If it comes to the end, that is the end. If someone or investor go to the court, they want the land to go back to the farmers, they can't because the process is guided by the guideline. Asante.
Thank you very much. I think I want to call this session to a close and ask you to take a break for a cup of tea. Lorraine, you agree? Yeah, so I think we can have a 20 minutes tea break and come back, and then we'll get into the next session. So thank you very much for this great first session. Enjoy your
Clap for the panelists. Let's clap for the panelists and for doing a good job. Yeah. And clap for Ken too. Let's give Ken a flower. You know, when I was in primary, I was taught about a flower. So let's make a very big flower for Ken. We make a very big flower. Then I will not say we crush it, but we will just bring it together and hit it so hard, but we're not going to crush it. Yes. So let's put the flower, big flower. Let's everybody do a flower. Just, yes. 1, 2, 3, let's crush it. Good. Thank you. So let's go have tea. Let's have tea for 20 minutes and come back at 11:20. Tea is served down just where we usually take tea, so.
Pamoja na the crowds.
Hannah, sorry. I know you've been looking for me. Bena. On Okwara Ma. Kindly let's start getting back. Let's find our way back to the room so that we can start. We have 5 minutes. Let's find our way back to the hall so that we can start our next session. You are the MC today, so why can't you become the MC for the session? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to the room so that we can start. I don't want to stay for too long today. We had purpose to start at, to finish at 3. So let's come back. Get back to the room, to the hall. Yes, see the room. I know. Wambie, we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, then we are starting. We are starting at 11:20. So we have 3 minutes. You can finish your tea, take the last bite, then head to the conference. Or I will send a bell ringer. Bena. Au kunaenda kuita watu. Ati mishead. Don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to the conference. Let's head back to the conference so that we can purpose to start. Call your neighbor, you can call your neighbor. If your neighbor is not there, you can call them and tell neighbor, we are waiting for you. Anything you Kingori. Let's head back to the venue. I know the stairs is exhausting. I know, I feel it too. But let's just get back. Yeah. I know the stairs is exhausting. After tea, I know, I understand. Before tea? Before tea is fine. But after tea, I know it's very difficult to go through the stairs, but it's okay. I'll make the last people to get into the room to dance. I realize people have got very good dance moves. So
The guests present, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to occupy your seats at the conference hall since we are about to start the mid-morning session. Please proceed to occupy your seats. We are about to start the mid-morning sessions. Well, maybe by show of hands, those ones who are here, anybody from Uganda? Anybody from Uganda? Anybody from Uganda? The land of His Excellency Kaguta Museveni. Yes, Professor Kakunglu. Wow. Anybody from Tanzania?
Limali.
Tanzania?
We have a
Fantastic.
Kilimali.
Anybody from Ethiopia here? Ethiopia? Ethiopia? Which other country, Lauren?
Yeah, Ethiopia. You're from Ethiopia?
Yes, there's a
Yeah.
person from
Oh, he's
Ethiopia.
from Ethiopia. Okay.
Well,
Oh, you are calling me. Are you calling me? Or you're responding that you're from Ethiopia.
it's from Ethiopia, right?
Ethiopia. Okay.
Amazing. Anybody from Rwanda, Burundi, Djibouti, Eritrea?
Or anybody who has visited Rwanda, Burundi.
All right. I want to welcome you back to this mid-morning session in style. We are going to, as we wait for others to come, we are going to, of course, shake our bodies to the tunes of the genre from those respective countries. So DJ, I want a song from Uganda, led by Ugandans here to dance, a song from Kenya, from Tanzania, also from Ethiopia. That is from Uganda. No, Uganda put Obsession by, yes. I think that is the song Professor Kakungulu has requested. Exactly. That's one. Now,
Professor, come to the floor. Yes. Professor, come to the floor. Who else is from Uganda here? Where is Hannah? They are still coming. Abraham, kindly mobilize everybody to come back because we want to see Ugandans dance for us, Obsession. Oh, they are here. I see. Okay. Charles, where is Charles? Charles, welcome. We were actually waiting for you. Kindly play the music, DJ. Charles, just head to the podium, please. Charles, head to the podium.
all right, we can stand and flex a little bit to allow for
Hannah,
digestion.
come to the podium. Hannah, come to the podium.
I request that we be upstanding.
Professor, come to the podium, please.
I request that
Hannah
we be upstanding.
Longole, please come to the podium. Join the, just get to the podium as you dance. Huh? Hannah, please. Hannah, come. Who? Yes, Lillian Achola, please. Lillian, get to the podium, and Hannah, we are waiting for you. And the neighbors can join them too. If you are coming from West Pokot, you can join them. The neighbors, please. Trukana. Yes, please join them on the dance floor. Hannah, dance as you come. If you see someone whom you want to join you to the floor, please tell me. I will call them for you. Mama.
Charles.
Na
Yes, give
busa
us the style, Charles.
juu.
All right.
Sambula moyo. Chonge chonge. Shetani na iya. Who? Yes, come, please. Please, you come and join, yes. Songe chonge wongo. Changu chore chonge meni sani motu. Jeza. Tumenya watu. Tumenya watu omgongo huma. Tumenya watu. Yes, Lillian, give them a dance. Huh? Okay, give us. Which song do you want? Which song? Which one? Which one? Hewa. There's a song called Hewa. Hey, yes, Hewa from Uganda, I think. Tayo. You and Darcy. Oh, someone.
All right.
Okay, what is the
please.
spelling? What is the spelling? What is the spelling? Amapiano. The Kenyans in the room, anguka nayo. Hebu amke mwanguke nayo. Anguka nayo. Ugandans, let me teach you. You do this. You do it like you're going to fall, huh? So anguka nayo is like you're falling, yeah? Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo, twende down and low. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Now play theirs. Yes. Ken should join them back to the stage. Paul. Who is? Paul, yes, please. Paul, come. Wameharibu. Thank you so much, Uganda. Thank you so much, Team Uganda. Tanzania, Akilimali, Zakaria, play Tanzanian song. Akilimali, Zakaria on the dance floor. And Ken is also Tanzanian. And if you want to join, if you're coming from Kajiado, Narok, please join them on the floor. You are neighbors. Please join Tanzanians, yes. Narok. Tunafaa. Jezi. Sara. Bwana power. Nasema power. Power, power. Naishiwa power. Power, power. Naishiwa power. Naishiwa power. Power. Naishiwa power. Mizani. Naishiwa power. Akilimali, you're not dancing. Sawa, sawa. Thank you, thank you. Ethiopia, let's get Ethiopians also. Ethiopia, yes. Please come, come. Ethiopia. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, Ethiopia. Just put an Ethiopian song. Ethiopian song. Ethiopia and the neighbors. Ethiopia, if you're from Marsabit, Moyale, we just tell him to give you. Yes. Yes, yes. Dida, you're from Ethiopia. Yeah, they're getting the song. Yes, the song is coming.
But I want that one which
I'm not good at dancing.
The one that you throw your neck around.
So there's a song coming. If you're from Mandera, Ethiopia. Mandera, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa. Wapi tena? Moyale, Marsabit. Dr. Hussein, where is Dr. Hussein? Dr. Hussein has left. I will still look for him. Dida, please, I will not let you sit. Come. We will play both. Just come. Get to the dance floor.
That's Somali song.
Yes. Yes. Hey.
Kenyan ni gani?
Kenya anaanguka. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Can you clap for them? I think since we started, they've done it better. Thank you so much. Now, nimeona hata wazee wanacheza. Hakuna mzee hapa. We are all youth, Gen Zs. Now, Nyanza region. Osiepe. Which one? Osiepe. Osiepe. Yes, Osiepe, yes. Nyanza region. If you're coming from Nyanza, please, just get to the dance floor. Nyanza region. No dancing. You get to the podium. You dance. Yes, Joshua. Thank you so much. And Maurice, please get to the floor. Join the floor. Every Kenyan is a Luo. I'm being informed that. So please. Charles, remember you have a Luo name. So please just join the dance floor. Ndani kanye. Ano sepeja na bini kanye. Sepeja na bini kanye. 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 Don't get bored. Why don't get bored? Okay. No?
I don't think we have.
Western, yes, welcome.
We have.
Yeah, Allah is here. Allah is here. We have Pascal Ogola. We have Beda.
Milka.
Milka, yes. Western is next. Siwasi. Eish. Wani waonge usochezi. One watch other man teach. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nyanza. One watch other man teach. No, here, Western region, please. Come and check it a bit. Yes, Wandukusi on the dance floor. Milka on the dance floor. Milka on the dance floor, yes. No dancing on the. You get to the podium, please. Ramushalo. Yesu naanza mushure. Ramushalo. Ramushalo. Yesu naanza mushure. Ramushalo.
You see that team dancing over there? They should be here. Yeah, by now. Ee, 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 Uriya wanje, urila wanje bane, mundu milosiwe.
Kikimere kongi.
No. Thank you so much. Masai. Central. Let's do Masai first. Masai. We want to do Masai. Oh, Central. Okay, Central. I'm being informed that we need to do Central region. Central region. Mogo. Tuko Murima. Yes, tumeguza Murima sasa. Karibu. Yes. Ingia. Muteti. Brian, come and join here. Nicholas, where is Nicholas? Huh? DJ umewachanganya, wanasema hivyo. Umewachanganya. Nicholas, bring that thing, you get to the floor. Nilikuwa na play ya kwanza. Anaweka hiyo ya kwanza. Charles, sijakuona. Charles, I've not seen you. Charles karaoke. Huh? You should be clapping. Clap for them as they dance. Please just clap. Yes, and help them. Yes. They are dancing with formula. You can see. Masai. Let's go to Narok. Narok, Kajiado. Where again? If you're coming from Narok, you're coming from Kajiado, please, on the dance floor. Narok, Kajiado, Samburu. It's like they organized themselves and we didn't know.
I'm the only. I'm
They
the
were
lone
really
dancer
looking
here.
forward to this
I don't
one.
have a partner. I don't have a dance partner.
They should have prepared us too. Thank you. Clap for them as they walk out. Clap for them as you are coming. Okay, please. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Please clap for them. Help them clap. Yes. And just shake your head a bit. Please shake your head a bit. Yes. Clap for them, clap for them. Thank you. Which one is remaining? I think is there a region I'm leaving behind? Where? Rift Valley or Turkana? Turkana. Let's do Turkana. Turkana. Turkana is the last one. No. Seems like we don't have any Turkana, so we are going. Okay, play the music. Yes, please come to the stage. That is the last group that is closing for us. Then we start the music. Which music? Do you have a specification? Okay, play any music, any Turkana music.
Okay, Sam, come and tell us.
Come and tell us, please. We don't want to leave anyone behind. Pascal, you have music. Just play any. Yes, please. Turkana, Karamoja can join them too.
Let me dance for the political reasons.
Please clap for them. They are doing a good job. They clapped for you, so clap for them. Okay. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are all energized now. We are full of energy. We are now full of energy to get now to the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Clap for them as they sit down, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over to you, Alan.
Wow, wow. 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 Thank you so much, Lauren, for that wonderful session. We are still going to have others later as we'll be closing. So for now, I would like to usher us into the next session. I request your attention. I request your attention, ladies and gentlemen. We are going now to usher in the next session. Yes, so the next session. So we have been deliberating on various issues that affect pastoralists and their livelihoods and the customary tenure rights. And so right now we want to get to a convergence of how we have been able to process the information we've been given and how that information is going to influence our decision-making in some of our spheres of life as we undertake to protect the livelihoods of pastoralists and also their way of life. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to ask Pascal to come and help us deliver the next session. So kindly go to your browsers and Google Reconcile website. Reconcile website. Yeah, just Google Reconcile. Google Reconcile, then you'll click to the website. I'll be asking random people if they are there so that we are all at par. Yeah, so this is the Reconcile website. Just go to the website, to the Google or whichever browser you're using, Google Reconcile, then go to the website. How many are here already? How many are here? Please, by show of hands. Charles, are you at the website? How many are at the website already? Please, by show of hands. All right, so I'm giving you 30 seconds instead. Yes? I know. Just Google Reconcile, then there's a website.
Just type on the browser like this, Reconcile. This name.
Yes?
No. Just type on your phone.
On your phone.
R-E-C-O-N-C-I-L-E. Reconcile. Or use the logo, the name of the logo. That one.
Yes, Reconcile. Are we all there? Are we all there at the Reconcile website? I'm going around. Prof, are you at the Reconcile website? We want to do something interactive quickly. Are we at the website? Are we at the website? Yeah, Reconcile. Eh? So you either type reconcile or resource conflict institute, just the website of our organization, reconcile. So please, once again, how many have problems accessing the website? Joshua, please, you can assist. For the last time, how many have a problem accessing the website?
And how many have been able to access? Okay, let's proceed. On the far right, you see there's a green button. There's a green button, which essentially was a website for this particular event or this particular convening. So even later on, when you are sharing with your colleagues and whatever, you can be able to find all the materials for the conference and also the live stream that was happening. So you'll already be able to find the live stream here. But importantly, what we want to engage in is something very simple. So I just want you to click, once you clicked on the green button, we should be able to scroll downwards. So just scroll on your phone. Normally, if you're on the phone, just scroll until you see something called join us at the conference, or simply click on the home where it says join now. You should see a blue button here. Just confirm we are there. Yeah, just click on the blue button. The blue button should have such a screen right now when you click on the blue button. And in a second, what is going to happen is we have been discussing a few issues. We want to put ourselves in real life scenarios. You see, we want to put ourselves in real life scenarios and see, as a practitioner, with the knowledge that we have so far been able to acquire, what are these particular alternatives that you're going to select? And the rule of the game is going to be simple. You only have to make one choice. All of the choices that you're going to see there are going to be important. But on each turn, you're only required to select only one option. So please read it carefully before doing what? Clicking. So you will click on the green areas. So in a second, it's going to come live. So just confirm we are there. If yes, that's expected. For now, I'm the facilitator, so I'm just hoping you're at this screen on your phone, because you will need to take an like it says vote. Yeah, are we there? Yeah, just be here. That's all you need to be. Just here. Are we there? Yeah. Oh, sure. The blue button is written engage. So I'll just go back again one step. The blue button is written on it engage. You can see where it says connect with us. The blue button is written engage. It is the only blue button on that whole site. So I hope you're there. Yes. Okay, we can proceed. So I'm going to, like I said, the rules of the game are simple. We are going to be in real life scenarios based on the discussions that we've had. All the choices that are going to come up are important, but you have to only prioritize one choice that you're going to make. But remember, each choice that we make we shall then be able to see various impacts and how the complexity in the. So right now, when you go back to your screens, something should have popped up like this. So read the question and be able to only select one. So just read the question first of all, then you click on one of the three buttons. So read the question first, and the question is, as a practitioner, what is it that you will be able to do? On your phone, that is, so you don't need to be looking at my screen. So on your phone. No, once you click, it updates. So don't click again. It is actually live, so don't click again. Once you click on one, you see they keep populating. So don't click again, please. It is working. You don't need to see anything else happening on end. So I will give it another 1 minute, then we'll go to the next one. But importantly, I want us to see the impacts of the decisions as we continue to. So I'm closing it from there. So the issues that we kept discussing, please don't click again. I'm seeing someone already clicking. We can see the impact web as it starts to appear at the bottom. And most importantly, we can start to see that from majority of you on the last question on turn one, decided to take the option using alternative justice systems to mediate and restate rights locally. And we can see if that was actually in practice, we could have a positive impact towards tenure security, because then we are able to mediate on some of these conflicts that are happening, and especially on the issues of widows being disinherited. So the next question, again, it is coming up. So let's click again. Let's see the impacts of our decisions as we continue to. So again, if you have not, so we shall have 5 questions, and then we shall be able to see how the impacts become complex as we continue. So I will close it again from there to the next one. And you can see our web continues to become very, very complex. And you can see now the impacts on the resources. It tells us we have the red, so meaning we are expending more resources. For example, on this second turn, which was in terms of alternative livelihoods, we can see that pilot alternative livelihoods with demonstration groups, that is what majority of the people felt would be the best approach as practitioners. And we already start to see the different outcomes coming in. So again, the third one. So kindly make sure you're reading the questions. All right, I will close that turn again from there. And in a second, once we are done, we shall be able to discuss all the web, but let us go to this next one and we shall see the impacts again. So we are now looking at investor pressure, and these were the issues that we kept discussing through the conference. So it's an opportunity to be able to see how then this impacts okay, the final one, and then we shall be able to discuss. It shall give us a report, which we can then be able to look at and see the complexity as it continues to happen. Okay, thank you. So importantly is now the discussions of the things that then are happening. So on turn one, majority of you decided to use alternative justice systems as a way to resolve issues of widows being disinherited. Number 2, on the issue about alternative livelihoods, on the issue about alternative livelihoods, you decided to take using pilot alternative livelihoods with demonstration groups. On the issue about carbon market proposals, many of you feel that there's a need to delay and conduct thorough due diligence with experts. And you can see all of those choices, depending on the ones you chose. When it's green, it means we have some positive outcomes within the. You can stop clicking, please. Some of you are still continue to click. Please, it's enough. We are done. We are discussing the outcomes. Please, it's done. Some of you are clicking, I don't know how many times. You're only supposed to click once for this last one. Please, stop there. Allah, we're still clicking. The point was only once. Only once. It is live. So whenever you click, it updates. So it was only supposed to be once. Sorry. Some of you, I'll have to close it from there. But you get the idea. You get the idea that every scenario or the scenarios that, the various scenarios that we've been discussing have real world implications on 4 areas. Number 1 is in terms of the resources that then are expended. Number 2 is in terms of the community trust. Number 3 is in terms of how they promote either resolving the risks such as climate that are existing within the communities, or they also become as drivers to some of these risks. And then, so those are the 3 major important things that then you see this thing is able to demonstrate to us. And then final, even as we wait for the rapporteurs, it is just now an assessment of the session. How did you find the session? So for this one, it's ready? So this one, unlike the scenarios, this one is an assessment of how you've seen the session so far. So again, back to the website, just same website that we had initially. Yeah? Just the same website. So if we, the conference website, the one where we click the blue button initially. So there's a somewhere here called Engage. Here at the top. Sorry. Here at the top, there's Engage. Can you see that? Yeah, so just click on it again. Yeah, so click on the Engage and let's be able to respond on some of these questions. This one is about the evaluation of how you formed the conference so far and whether it is responding to the issues that we set out to do during the concept note. So let's also just have some of those responses. Yeah, please keep filling the responses. There were 2 sessions. We completed the first session. So this one is about how you found the conference so far. It is still on the same website. I showed you. Let me do it again, kindly. It means some of you, either we are tired. Yes. So let us go back. So this is the same website. So you see here, Engage. You see? Where my screen is? It is just at the top. It is at the very top. Yes, on your phones, on your phones, your laptops, whatever. Okay, let me guide again, kindly. Are we all here at this website? Yes? Kindly go to the far right, on your laptops, not on my screen or on your phone, whatever. On the far right, there's a button written engage. Can you see that? Kindly, at the top. Oh. Oh, sorry. On the phone, there's something that looks like dashes at the right. Something that looks like dashes at the right. So when you click on it, oh, then select phones. Crap. Okay, we shall come to that then. It seems on the phone you seem to have issues. Yeah? Yes. Okay. Let's go the longer way. Yes, watch it when yes.
That regional conference.
Yes.
Then we go down, then engage.
No. Okay, let's just go to this website. So go with me to this website. So it appears like on the phone it is not working the same. So bear with me. Let us go to the website and write MENTI, like that. MENTI. Then, yes, are we there? .com. Are we together? Yeah. Then let's put a slash. One slash like this. One slash. Or we can put the code. Just press enter and let's enter the code. So the code will be, are we here? Are we on this screen? Yeah, are we together? Yeah, so the code will be 8383 89. So 8389 0970. If you are on the computer, that link will still have worked, but on the phone, it appears like it's working differently. So just type menti.com and then it will bring you this screen. And then let's type 83890970. Are we together? You can. So you need to join to the Zoom. You need to join to the Zoom. No, if you need to project on this screen, you need to join to the Zoom. So enter to your website, bado uko join conference. Nothing major. Are we there together? Join conference. You see what? Yeah, just type your name, whatever. Yes. Then you'll share your screen. So. Are we there? Confirm you're there? Okay. So if you're there, you'll be able to click on the join so that you are able to access the questions. So click on the join so that then you can be able to access that where we were trying to connect from initially. You will have the screen to the questions, which we shall be guided shortly. Yeah, let me admit you. So you just share your screen. So make sure you don't have any things that you not want to see. Okay, thank you. So she will take it over from there to be able to show us the outcome. So keep submitting the responses. Just share.
boss will get mad.
Let's go to the next question. I hope I've not closed anybody outside the first question. We have all responded. We can go to the next question. Has it moved to the next question? All right, just a minute. For me to prevent it. Try now. Confirm. It moved to the next question. All right, keep them coming. Keep them coming. At least I can see 28 people have responded. 30. If we get to 50, because I can see the room, we are around at least 50 people, we can move to the next question. We are at 40. If you have not responded, kindly keep on responding. We need this feedback. At 45, 5 more people to go, then we go to the next one. Four more people. 2 more. Two more people. If you have not responded, kindly do so. All right, we can move to the next one. This is just honest feedback, so don't overthink. Just give us your honest opinion or feedback on that question. Thank you. Five more people to respond, then we can move to the next one. Thank you. Let's move to the next one. Keep them coming. Let's get to at least 50, because that's our benchmark. Ten more people. Then we can move to the next one. 6 more. 4 more. All right, let's move to the next one. This one, we are trying to rank the areas. So what you are going to do, you are going to just drop either up or down in order of priority, and then we'll see which area you feel was adequately addressed as per our thematic areas and focus areas. So we just have like 7. We just want to see which area do you feel was adequately addressed during the conference. So yeah, like that, just keep on moving up and down and ranking them in order of how you feel the areas were adequately addressed. Keep them coming. All right. The good thing with Menti is that you are able to see the results as they trickle in, and you can see the way you are ranking them. Our organizers also can take note of that. Keep them coming. We are at 30. Let's get to at least 40. All right. 6 more people. Then we can move to the next. Keep ranking them. 2 more people. All right, let's move to the last one, if I'm not wrong. We just want to know what you recommend is the thematic areas for the next biannual regional conference. This one we're just typing. Make it short, just 1 sentence, not sentence, actually a word will be enough. All right, keep them coming. Which thematic areas do you think could advise our next biannual regional conference? Keep them coming. Which thematic areas or sub-themes that you would recommend? All right, keep them coming. You can see community mobilization, carbon market. Still land and conflict coming in there is the leading one, but keep them coming, we see. All right. We are at 32, let's get to 50 at least. All right, keep them coming, we're at 37, let's get to 50. Land and conflict leading, then carbon market coming in second, and the others there, but not the least. All right, 4 more people to go. Two more. All right. Thank you. I think that was our last question. Thank you for your feedback. Over to you, Alan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Pascal and also the rapporteurs for that amazing work. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting closer to the end of this conference, second edition. And now we want to move to the most important aspect of it. As I told you on day 1, that we are here to have a thesis, an antithesis, and thereafter today we shall converge here to produce a synthesis which shall be palatable not only to us policymakers, but also to the generalities of the masses that are the great pastoralist communities both in the region and also globally. So at this juncture, we now want to see the synthesis that we have in the form of the outcomes of this conference, which shall now be the communique that we shall adopt. And so to lead us in this session, it's my privilege to welcome Mr. Ken Otieno to now lead us in this session as we come to the end of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan, and thanks for your excellent moderation, emceeing. When you started, you said you were an MC pretender, but I think at the end of it all, we are going to grade you as you graduate. We have a few minutes to make a near final reflections. And I think we have seen also, we have tested our feelings so far with what has been presented, what has been shared with us. I think one of the themes was technology, data, and the interactions that we've seen with Pascal. At least we would start saying that, you know, we are tech savvy. This conference has two major outputs, and these outputs would determine whether the things that we were touching and displaying on the screen are true, or they were just things that we were pressing to see. So we need to start to get, we need to get a feeling of what these things are. So the first output we are looking at is a communique, which is a tool or a document that is going to guide our engagement, especially between us as practitioners and the policy makers, and eventually governments, member states, regional bodies, and the continental body AU, in terms of how we want to interact. But even more fundamentally, I think session one, where we had the high panel discussion, we delved so much into issues that are affecting pastoralists on the ground, but then also reflected on a lot around how can we take a position globally to respond to these issues. And we anchored this on global initiatives, global campaigns, and that is something that we are going to look at. And secondly, we also set ourselves to see how we can strengthen or engage further in one, deepening the understanding of what constitutes customary tenure rights, and two, how we can create better awareness on the issues that keep undermining customary tenure. And in that context, we were looking at how do we, in the end, create the momentum and continue accelerating that momentum. So at this stage, we've been working on that document, which we want to read to you, and we see if it is something that we can adopt. So we constituted a small team that has been working, and we want to ask them, I don't know whether it is Dan or who is supposed to come and help us navigate through this. Dan has not been in here, and I would take this opportunity. Quiet, he used to be referred to the gentleman in the back, and Dan is a researcher. For those who know him, we also call him a teacher. But those who know him more is that he's done a lot of work on strategic development issues across the region. And currently he's also helping us in many things. And we asked him to give a fresh eye, a different eye. He's not in the civil society, but he can give us, some thoughts in terms of how we can even structure this and also navigate through this conversation. So it's my greatest pleasure to welcome Dan to help us understand what we've been working on. And then from there, we can retreat or have reactions. And then from there, we can ask them to go back and potentially have the document finalized. So, Dan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With that elaborate introduction from Ken, I don't know what else to say. But allow me to tell you a story. The story is told about a man called Okonkwo from Igbo land in a place called Umofia in a book called Things Fall Apart. Okonkwo was known to be a very strong man, very hardworking, a strict disciplinarian, a man who worked on his farms day in, day out, and got great harvests year in, year out. But Okonkwo's father was not like Okonkwo. Nue was lazy, not Nue, Unoka. He was called Unoka. Unoka was a lazy man. He was tall and handsome, so women loved him, but he was lazy. He never did his farms. He loved to play the flute. So he went around the village and played with one of the bands every evening. So because he never worked hard on his farms, he survived on debts. So he borrowed money from the people that he got across to come across, and because he could convince them. So he ended up having a lot of debt from different people. So one morning, an old man confronted him and came to his house. And the old man was precise. He wanted his debt paid. Unoka, being the man who was gifted in talking, told the guy to look at his wall. And his wall had several cracks of different sizes. And he told him, my friend, all these cracks you see on my wall are people's debts that I owe them. And yours is the shortest crack. And you are the one who is not allowing me to sleep. So when the man heard that, he took his belongings and took off. Now, I want to make it clear that unlike Unoka, we owe you a debt and we want to pay it. So what we are going to present to you is a document that summarizes the spirit of what we have gone through, but also the recommendations that we are making to the different people who attended or whom we think need to act based on the things that we have spoken about in this conference. So I want to call Dorina. Dorina, where are you? Dorina Prech to come and present the communique. The first time I worked with Dorina, we were working online and seeing emails coming across. And I was saying in my mind, this woman must be coming from Eastern Europe, from the name Prech. I got to meet Prech this morning. Thank you, Dorina. Let's give Dorina a clap as she comes to present the communique. I know you're up to the task.
Shoes on. Right. So yeah. So as Dan said, we had a team, a small team that sat together to consolidate a lot of what we have discussing today. And Ken also mentioned that there are two documents. So there's going to be the outcome document, but there's also this communique, which is basically us committing ourselves to doing the things that we have said we are going to do. And some of the recommendations that came out in terms of so and so should do this, so and so should do that. So basically this is a consolidation of that, and it's still very draft, so you'll bear with us because we're using mainly the notes that were coming out. So a lot of it may not necessarily be very succinct and direct. So Dan, I don't know in what order you want me, because there is the idea to get comments or like to make direct. Okay. All right. Sawa. All right. Yeah. So I need my glasses now with this. Right. So we have 3 sections. So we have the first section, which is the preamble, and I'll read that. And then there's now going to be the commitments and sort of like general, call to action, and then general commitments by everybody. So we start with the title, which is a joint communique of the high-level conference on customary customary tenure rights in Eastern Africa 2025. Oh, great. So as I mentioned, the first section is the preamble, which we are saying we, the representatives of supposed to be Eastern African governments, intergovernmental bodies, civil society organizations, academia, research institutions, development partners, community representatives, and other stakeholders. Oh, thank you. And other stakeholders gathered in Nairobi, Kenya from the 29th of September to 1st October 2025 for the regional conference and on customary tenure rights in Eastern Africa under the theme, I hope somebody is noting those changes, regional conference on customary tenure rights in Eastern Africa under the theme rangelands and pastoralism, the role of policy, research, and learning. So we say, acknowledging the centrality of land in Africa's ecological integrity, cultural identity, and economic resilience, and reaffirming our commitment to securing communal land rights as a foundation for inclusive development, peace and security, and climate adaptation. Recognizing the framework and guidelines on land policy in Africa, the AU Policy Framework on Pastoralism for Africa, Agenda 2063, and the IGAD Transhumance Protocol as key instruments across rangelands and pastoral territories. Okay, oops. So it's not going as I would like. Oh, all right, let me use this. So, number 3, acknowledging the customary tenure systems acknowledging that if customary tenure systems, if recognized and supported through legal pluralism and participatory governance, can serve as a catalyst for achieving the SDGs, Agenda 2063, which we didn't talk much about, and the national development priorities, reiterating that sustainable land governance, climate resilience, and conflict prevention are deeply intertwined with implications for the protection of communal land rights and the livelihood of pastoralists and rangeland communities, emphasizing the need for heightened investments in inclusive policy reforms, right? Community-led data systems. Sorry, I'm reading as I'm thinking whether we should talk about people-centered governance, and inclusive and conflict-sensitive planning to secure customary tenure and promote equitable land use, noting the emerging opportunities and risks associated with digital technologies, data sovereignty, and innovation in land governance, and the importance of ensuring community ownership and ethical safeguards. Number 7, cognizant of the persistent marginalization of pastoralist communities, women, youth, and IPs in land governance processes, and the disproportionate impacts of land-based investments, climate change, and conflict on their rights and livelihoods. Further noting the serious governance gaps and tenure insecurities that exacerbate land-related conflicts, displacement, and environmental degradation across Eastern Africa, acknowledging the potential of regional collaboration, cross-border frameworks, and mobility-sensitive planning to address shared challenges and unlock productive potential of the rangelands, recognizing the role of government leadership, community agency, and multi-stakeholder partnerships in advancing tenure security and sustainable land management, reiterating the people's rights, including the rights of pastoralists and IPs, are recognized and protected under international, regional, and national instruments, must be upheld in all land governance processes, reaffirming that in the context of climate change, biodiversity loss, and land-based mitigation measures, pastoralist rangelands remain on the front line of adverse impacts and must be meaningfully engaged in shaping solutions, building on the successes of previous regional dialogues and acknowledging the important platform created by this 2025 conference to foster learning, strategic alignment, and collective action among diverse stakeholders, leveraging the International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralists for continental advocacy, utilizing the momentum of the International Year of the Rangelands and Pastoral to amplify pastoralist tenure issues within the AU platforms, UNFCCC, and the Global Sustainable Development Goals. So now these are the call to action. The first one, we are calling on the states, the Eastern African states, to affirm the legitimacy of customary land systems and embed them within statutory frameworks to ensure tenure security, equity, and sustainable land use. 2, to accelerate the domestication of the IGAD Transhumance Protocol, the AU Policy Framework on Pastoralism, and other continental frameworks into national legislation and planning. To integrate pastoral mobility, seasonal grazing patterns, and rangeland ecology into national land use plans, infrastructure development, and investment frameworks. To support participatory data systems that document livestock corridors, tenure claims, and climate risks, while safeguarding indigenous knowledge and promoting data sovereignty. To develop inclusive, multi-level platforms for dialogue, negotiation, and dispute resolution to address overlapping claims and land-related conflicts in pastoralist areas. To develop and implement gender-responsive and youth-centric frameworks that promote leadership, innovation, and intergenerational transfer of knowledge in land governance. To adopt digital tools to enhance transparency in land transactions, monitor tenure compliance, and support open access platforms for communal land documentation. To ensure that national action plans, all national action plans, reflect the lived experiences of pastoralists and rangeland communities and are informed by inclusive consultations and baseline assessments. To prioritize the rights of women, youth, indigenous peoples, and persons with disabilities, in land governance reforms and to safeguard them from displacement and land-based human rights abuses. To introduce incentives and regulatory safeguards to ensure that land-based investments respect customary tenure, ecological integrity, and community consent. We also brought in the issue of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which we didn't talk much about, but we found was necessary, that the East African states to leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area to promote cross-border pastoralist mobility, access to markets, and economic opportunities for youth and pastoralist communities. Now, our call to action for civil society actors is to advocate for the formal recognition of customary land governance systems and support inclusive policy reforms that reflect community realities. To partner with governments, businesses, private sector, and national human rights institutions, other civil society organizations to promote responsible land governance, to monitor violations and advance legislative reforms that secure communal land rights, to facilitate participatory education, legal literacy, and community-led advocacy to strengthen tenure claims and influence policy processes. They also need to assess the effects of land policies, investments, and governance practices on vulnerable groups and publish these findings to inform reform and accountability. Lastly, civil society to facilitate dialogue and trainings for not just communities and governments actors, but also to businesses, so as to be able to deepen understanding of tenure rights, promote corporate responsibility and human rights due diligence, especially free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC. We also included a recommendation for private sector. They were not here, but we felt based on the discussions, especially around investments, that there's a call to action for businesses, including SMEs, to prevent, mitigate, and remediate adverse impacts on communal land rights in alignment with international human rights standards and regional protocols, to disclose meaningful information on land-related projects, especially in indigenous and pastoralist territories, and uphold FPIC principles throughout their investment cycles. And finally, to partner with women and youth-led enterprises to promote responsible practices, offering access to technology, resources, and markets in exchange for commitment to land rights and sustainability principles. And then finally, to development partners to broaden mandates to address tenure insecurity, mobility, climate-induced conflicts, and climate resilience initiatives in pastoralist and rangeland contexts in line with AU Agenda 2063 and the other AU frameworks. To support multi-stakeholder efforts to domesticate responsible land governance frameworks, including participatory development of national action plans that are related to land governance and peace. To fund and facilitate safeguards that ensure that new standards positively impact right holders and are grounded in inclusive consultation. Finally, to invest in training and empowerment of pastoralists, women, youth, and indigenous communities to meaningfully engage in land governance and policy processes. And then we got this sort of general recommendations that just to underscore a lot of the things that we have discussed. One is we are emphasizing the importance of strengthening the capacity of all stakeholders, including governments, civil society, human rights institutions, research, community actors, to secure customary tenure rights and implement inclusive land governance. This includes developing participatory tools, investing in community-led data systems, and providing access to training on areas such as human rights due diligence, climate, and tenure documentation. We're also calling on for enhanced collaboration among the Eastern African states, the regional bodies, including AU and IGAD, and other international partners to advance tenure security, pastoral mobility, and conflict-sensitive land governance. And we are making reference to all these frameworks as foundations for coordinated action. Almost there. Again, AFCTA, African Free Continental Free Trade Area, as a transformative opportunity to promote mobility, market access, and responsible investment in pastoral and rangeland economies. And we urge alignment of the AFCFTA's institutional and policy frameworks to protect the rights of cross-border traders, pastoralists, and other border communities. Finally, we acknowledge the rapidly evolving contexts, regional contexts, and global contexts, including digital innovation, climate change, and the green energy transition, and call on African governments and businesses to proactively address these shifts, including embracing technology for tenure transparency, investing in climate-smart rangeland strategies, and ensuring that new regulatory landscapes ecological integrity. And then, utilize the momentum of the International Year of the Rangelands and Pastoralists 2026 to amplify pastoralist tenure issues within the AU platforms, the UNFCCC, the COPs and global sustainable development dialogues. Yeah, and in conclusion, this is also a bit of a repetition, but we just want to underscore again, we are reaffirming our shared commitment to securing customary tenure rights and promoting inclusive, sustainable land governance across Eastern Africa. We pledge to build on the momentum of this 2025 conference by taking concrete actions. This is for us now, who are here, that include advocacy, capacity development, and multi-stakeholder engagement to elevate customary tenure in policy and practice, continued support to our communities, governments, and institutions in complying with emerging human rights standards and environmental and land-related policies, strengthening national policies that recognize and protect communal land rights, enhancing regional coordination for mobility-sensitive planning and conflict-sensitive governance, practical guidance on implementing international and regional land governance instruments, promoting of human rights due diligence and transparency in land-based investments in pastoralist areas and the rangelands, supporting vulnerable groups, especially pastoralists, women and youth, indigenous peoples, to ensure their meaningful participation in land governance and structural transformation and alignment with these regional instruments, and using the lead up to the 2026 International Year of the Rangelands and Pastoralists to mobilize awareness, policy reform, and investment in pastoralist land governance, so ensuring that Eastern African priorities shape global narratives and outcomes. And you are saying, in closing, together we commit to building an Eastern African region where land governance is inclusive, tenure rights are secure, and rangeland communities thrive in harmony with their environment. So that's the end of our, it's quite a mouthful.
Thank you, Dorina. Thank you for good job. I realized when I came in the morning that all clubs were mathematical. There was one that was factorial. There's one that was 10 and 4. I want to suggest a special clap for Dorina. Now, this is how the clap, we will clap 3 times. Snap your fingers 3 times. Step on the floor 3 times. And then throw a kiss 3 times, but in the air. Don't direct it to anybody. Can we all stand up? So let's start with the clap. Okay, we go. Fingers, feet, kiss. Thank you, Dorina. At this juncture, Ken, are we asking people to throw in comments if there are any? Okay. Anybody who has something you feel strongly about that you think needs to be captured in this document before it is finally signed? Yes. We take 4. Okay. Who has the mic?
No, just a minute, Alan. Number 1. Yeah, sorry. Mbogo was number 1. Grace was number 2. Then there was a number 3. Yes, Milka. And then Charles was number 4.
Okay, maybe you can put the document back. And mine is more of a feeling, an opinion, and for both. You know how to treat them. And the first one is in the document, as we start, we acknowledge And I do not see why, again, you bring these acknowledgements back in there. I think one, for the flow of the document, if we could start by all those acknowledgements, we come to all those recognitions, and then we proceed like that. Now, in the first bullet, acknowledgement, we acknowledge, and then there is the issue of economic resilience. My feeling, when you say economic resilience, then it means, you know, it bounces back. If it goes down, then it bounces back. But from the discussions we've been having, most of all those negative aspects, they affect economy. So in essence, I do not then think, that's me, that the economy there is resilient. In fact, as we speak now, it could be very much in the balance. So this is more of an English thing, that word resilience, if we could replace it with another word that shows the sensitivity. Then the other thing is, I think that is in the second section. I don't know, it's the other one. Oh, take it up to not the civil society, I think the government or something. But as the document is being polished, that can be worked out. The issue of ranking. There are some aspects which are more critical than others, and we find in the document they come at towards the bottom. Whereas I think to ensure also in terms of implementation, in terms of action, those that are so critical should also come forward. There is also a bit of reputation, and the reputation comes in because of the words we are choosing. Like if we are talking about gender, you find we talk about gender and we don't mention women, we don't mention men. And then we come back and describe women and everybody else, but the context is almost the same. So I think the reputation also needs to be cleaned. And an example also is like in bullet number 37, where we're talking about capacity building. I think also it's good to think of who really should be given preference in this capacity building, and that comes out in that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan and your team, for putting this together. For me, it's just one comment, and I know it's a document that is being worked on. We've mentioned some of the regional convening that we may take advantage of to showcase our work and to share best practices. A few of them have been mentioned, and I know there are quite a number of them. Why can't we just say that we identify, it's a matter of language, work or identify regional convening that are relevant to land governance and at regional and also at the global level. Because if we mention the COPs, it's only that you're saying we need only to engage at the COPs, but it's important also to bring the voice of the voiceless, even at the grassroots level, so that we might not take them there at the COP, but we might have some organizing at the national level, like the Council of Governors Conference, like what we are having right now, and other related regional engagements. So we may need just to not to limit and to lock others out. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I just have a few comments to specific paragraphs, and maybe they will flow into others that maybe I did not manage to pinpoint is around paragraph 7, paragraph 11, paragraph 24, paragraph 26, and paragraph 36. In all those, there is a mention of either women, youth, categorizing them as vulnerable, pastoralist communities, and indigenous people. And I was left with the question of asking, are these youth, the women, the pastoralists, not from indigenous people? Because I do not know pastoralists that are not indigenous people unless they are in here, or there are that we aim or we were aiming in this conference in regard to customary tenure. So if they were different or they are different as per our discussion in this conference and in the drafting itself, then let that be made clear so that we know, is it women, youth, people with disability from not, from communities that are not indigenous people? Are these pastoralists not indigenous people? But if all these groupings that we are mentioning are indigenous people, let's put support, those actions in paragraph 7, 11, 24, 26, 36. First mention indigenous people and then put the groupings within those indigenous people in brackets, not putting the whole groups as autonomous groups. I don't know if that is clear, because it sounds like pastoralist communities are different, women are different, indigenous people are different. But what I know is that indigenous people are the pastoralists themselves, and they have their youths, their women, their people with disabilities inside. So that grouping needs to be corrected. The other one, I think particularly 26, I'm not sure if that was the paragraph, but paragraph 26, was it on supporting investments of youth? 36, empowering youths and indigenous people, was it? I think so. And still, my question is it empowering youths from different communities? Training, empowerment of pastoralist youth, indigenous people engage meaningful in land governance? Is it youth from different communities and then pastoralist communities from their respective communities? Still, if it is the same, I maintain my previous comment. On paragraph 31, the recommendation towards private sector. I think we can make that paragraph more stronger to recognize FPIC by rewriting the order of what needs to be done on paragraph, is it 31? Yes. That the first recommendation goes to the businesses and the private sector to funding, to allocate, intentionally budget for FPIC. Because I think most of the projects really fail to follow FPIC because they think it's too expensive, it takes too much time. Intentionally allocate time and funding for FPIC processes as the first part of that sentence. And then now the disclosure, because through FPIC, intentional FPIC processes is where disclosure of information comes. I don't know what the feeling of the other indigenous people in the room be towards that, because the way it is written to me looks like you can disclose and then just go without budgeting and engaging with indigenous people to really understand whatever the intervention is that is coming to their land, and have enough time to interrogate the document. If it is written in English, have enough time for it to be interpreted to the community until a moment when they can be able to say, yes, we consent to it, or no, we do not consent to it. I think the other bit that needs to be made clear through that paragraph is to acknowledge that communities can actually say no at the beginning, not until the project goes wrong for them to go to court and stopped. I hope that is clear. Yeah, those would be my comments for now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ken and Tim, for the well-elaborate communique. My emphasis would actually be basically on the business and human rights issues that centers around pastoral communities, where they need to enact practicable policies that regulates corporate bodies from interfering with the ecosystem of the indigenous communities. And because in Karamoja, we are facing a lot of challenges, like we have pointed out in regards to FPIC. And so if the indigenous communities do not have a practicable mechanism of resisting or negotiating their share in the business and human rights issues that corporate companies put in their land, then I do not think we shall be in position to protect our ecosystem and also guarantee customary tenure security to the indigenous communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we got the points.
Dorina has a response.
I'm not so sure we're supposed to have a response, but
Dorina wanted to say something.
okay, let Dorina say something.
Yes. Okay. So first of all, maybe just as sort of a caveat that we are not going. This is not a narrative story where we're putting all the information that needs to be put, especially in the explanations, for example, that Milka was bringing in terms of the specific actions. So all of that is going to go into the main report, which will now provide context and background of why we are saying that. So this has to be something that is very highly summarized, but when you read together with the final report, then it will be easier to understand. But maybe, and then just to say, Irene also has been working concurrently on the comments, right? As they're coming, I want to understand that. But Milka, the thing about categorization, the indigenous peoples, pastoralists, the use of those words, we acknowledge that. But of course, what we are saying is there are indigenous peoples also that may not necessarily be pastoralists, right? And yet they also have to contend with these tenure issues and land issues. So I think we need to find a better way of putting that, but also recognizing that the marginalized groups, including women, youth, and persons with disabilities who may not necessarily be pastoralists, but are based in pastoralist territories. So they could be people from other areas that are not necessarily practicing pastoralists, but we recognize that these are groups who are part of what we'd consider as marginalized, and they are not necessarily involved in decision making. That's why we wanted to broaden it a bit further to include now women, youth, and persons with disability. But for the indigenous peoples, of course, we know pastoralists are indigenous groups, but we didn't want to lose, the others who are not necessarily pastoralists, but are indigenous groups, the fisher folk, the other groups, the hunter-gatherers. So that's why we wanted to stick with indigenous peoples there, but we welcome your suggestions and to see how to better reword that.
Thank you, Dorina. I don't know, I'm seeing Milka's hand up, but I guess it's not a rebuttal. So, because I was also going to say that in many fora, you will get people wanting to have a distinction. If you're referring to pastoralists, it's a clear distinction. Indigenous peoples, it's also a clear distinction. So, okay, Milka, maybe I listen to what you want to say.
My issue is, have we seen that in this kind of a discussion? I just want us to reflect what we have been doing in this conference and not bring something that maybe you have experienced somewhere on people wanting that distinction and then bringing it here. I don't know what other indigenous people are feeling, but really, even as we speak about gatherers. I am personally a hunter-gatherer from the forest, but I'm not looking at it to say the Sengwer, the Ogiek, everybody else should be put there. We're really looking at pastoralists as indigenous people by themselves. And I don't know how they feel about being put in that kind of a line.
I think.
But my idea is also that we don't just push it aside. I think the idea of having it for plenary discussion was to see, does it make sense? Is it possible to make changes than just pushing things aside? Yeah.
No, we are not pushing anything, because I think even in this group, there are smallholder farmers, there are pastoralists, there, as you say, the Sengwera, there are these diverse communities. So the theme of this was rangelands and pastoralists. But then remember the bigger theme for us, the bigger thing for this biannual conference, it was conceived on customary tenure, not on pastoralist tenure rights specifically, but it's on customary tenure. So we have deemed this, and probably maybe you are not in the room when we were, explaining the background. So this year, this conference is also aligning itself to the 2026 International Year of Rangelands. So that's why that word will keep going around. So we take those, and also the other thing I wanted to say, and I think Dorina I can't put it any better than what Dorina said, is that we also need to understand that this is a document which any of you, at your level, somebody can just have it and identify areas you want. But for me, I don't want us to get to the level of, where we start thinking about it from implementation by our own small organizations. But we want, if we are talking to IGAD, IGAD is not going to be very specific about, on the ground. If you're talking about AU and the frameworks, and that's why I think in the document, they started by recognizing the broader things, and then we see how this work. Because I was going to suggest, I was also going to make two comments, which in terms of the gaps that I saw, or I feel I saw, because I've not read this in details. But one of the things that I felt was missing is the research bit. I think we had this conference to look at rangelands, pastoralists, but then we are looking at it, the research and learning. I think that for me did not come out strongly or as it should have been. And then the other thing that I think I wanted to, which we need to look at in terms of making recommendations for investors, I think the push largely should be for investors to invest, see the value of investing in a pro-pastoralist, pro-land or pro-people-centered land governance system in their plan, so that when we are getting into this whole conversation, including FPIC, that they are well, aligned. Firstly, is to entice them to see there is value to invest in these places. And secondly, to ensure that even as they invest, that there are rights that they need to, recognize within these territories. And lastly, I was also thinking that one other recommendation which we needed to give to the donors is we are seeing, I think at the moment, probably there's something with IGAD, but even for the IGAD one is more clustered in some 2 or 3 clusters. But the only one that I know that is currently what I would call regional is the FAO Place program, which is having the El Bar Arab cluster, the Kir cluster. There is the Mandera cluster, the Mara Serengeti cluster, the Karamoja cluster. So more or less talking about the IGAD region. So that kind of investment and programming for the donors, I think, is a push that we needed to come up with as a regional conference, so that we think regionally as opposed to thinking nationally. So one of the biggest challenges that we are having with in terms of rangelands restoration is that we are not taking any regional landscape-based approach, but what we are doing is we are having, small programs in Kenya, another small program in the cluster, because even what Ben presented, it's a very nice program, but it is just within a small place in Mandera. So I think that those are some of the challenges. And if you speak to our colleagues from Ethiopia, they are having small pockets being supported by IGAD and small pockets in Kenya. So I think one of the push that we need to make to the donors and investors is to see the value for landscape-based investment so that we can deal with the issues that Madam Salvia was talking about in terms of land governance, but also in terms of the borderlands terminology. So I think for me, those are some of the three things that I thought I would add. And we are going to take maybe another 30 minutes after lunch to then just clean the document further. I also feel it's too long, so we can also look at it and see how we can shorten it and make it even more neater. And then we will bring it back to you and just, see if it is making sense. But in general, do we think that it has captured most of the spirit of our discussion? Can I just see by a show of hands if you feel that and probably firstly we need to recognize who has been behind this, because this lady has been quiet and I've put her in the corner to be quiet deliberately. So we need to know who has been pushing this, and Irene probably may just have to stand. So Irene has been quiet. I think she only spoke on, no, I think that's a bit. Irene only spoke once. She's been in the podium once on day one, just to give us the background and, present to us certain things. And then she went, ma'am, because what we wanted is that we really wanted someone to coordinate this thing from a technical perspective, coordination perspective, and just ensure that, we are putting all these things together to give us what we already have. So can someone just organize for a good appreciation of Irene? I don't know whether it's an old man. I think we need to, this old man has been sitting here and he has some wisdom in terms of how to recognize work well done. Mzee. Just a word of wisdom for the work that she has done.
I think all the people who are around have appreciated the good work, and the continuation of these things are so many questions were asked, which are with you, and I hope those who have been asking questions, they will get their results immediately from you, and they appreciated. That's why they're asking you the question, and the work is done. We all appreciate. We thank you very much for inviting us, and I hope you will continue not ending the issue here, so that we continue asking you questions and see way forward for whatever the past and the rest need also. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's give Irene 5 factorials. And who is going to lead us? Mbogo.
I think I'm being punished for introducing it. All right, let's do the 5 factorial. That be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Make sure you don't mix it. Hit that. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. And Irene, that tells you, the synchrony tells you that people have really appreciated. So, so Irene was working with Jared, with Dan, with Dorina, and the rapporteurs, and I don't know who else she knows. So she has taken the clap and the wisdom on behalf of everyone else. So we can take Alan. Olori.
Thank you so much, Ken, for taking us through the session, and Dorina for sharing with us the communique. And it's time for lunch. Lunch is served upstairs today, so we are not going to go all the way to the other hall. So we are eating lunch upstairs. You'll pick your couple over there with Charles.
I believe it's Charles, but you'll get it just at the door as you walk out. So we can do lunch for, we come back at, what time, Alan? 2:30 to 10. Let's do lunch for 40 minutes, if possible, because we purpose to finish early today, as I mentioned. So let's do lunch for 40 minutes, then we come back and proceed. So thank you so much and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you and bon appetit.
Please, if you didn't register, also purpose to do the same so that we can have you on records for this day 3. If you didn't register for day 3, please ensure you register at the entrance.
And just to remind you that we will also be having the research reports for those who would want to carry the hard copies. What is also disturbing is that we collect documents and then we throw them away. So if you don't want hard copy, please, there's a QR code so you can get the soft copy, which we'll also be happy to share. But for those who would want hard copies, we'll organize for hard copies. Thank you.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, you can start making your way to occupy your seats at the conference hall, since we're about to start the closing ceremony of the second edition of the high-level conference.
So I'm doing the last. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you're still upstairs, make your way downstairs to the conference hall to occupy your seats for the closing ceremony of this highly effective conference. Remember, your attention and cooperation to this matter is highly appreciated. Please make your way down. We close the ceremony. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you're upstairs, I humbly request you to make your way downstairs to the conference room to occupy your seats since we are about to begin the closing ceremony. Once again, your attention and cooperation to this matter is highly appreciated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen who are still having a bite upstairs, kindly make your way to the conference room since we are about to start the agenda of closing the conference. DJ? It can be upstanding as we just flex a little bit. Come on, let's be active. Let's be active. All right, we are still waiting for guests to come from upstairs. Please, Mr. Abraham Wandukusi, you can call them to make their way to the auditorium. Wow, thank you so much. So, while you're still upstanding, we want to now do the cuckoo dance for the last time. And then we start the session. Lauren has something for you. Thereafter, I'll be calling the guests. The plan is now to finalize with the final remarks. So we are going to take a very short time. In the next 45 minutes, we should be done. So kindly accord your cooperation. All right, as we wait for the DJ team to get ready, we can continue with some small music as we also wait for other guests to make their way to the room. All right, the DJ is ready. All right, kindly, one more time. We can be upstanding, we finish. Let's be upstanding because we want now to start the session. We can be upstanding. We danced the last time to this beat so that we can become energized now for the closing ceremony. We can be upstanding. If you are seated, I'll call you. Thank you so much. We are now energized. We are set. We are ready to go. Now, at this juncture, I would like to invite Lauren to give us a quick action as the guests get ready.
Thank you so much, Alan. We have energy. I could see people dance up to their knees. So that is really great. I want us to laugh a bit. Husna, welcome. We've been waiting for you. Thank you so much. So you are going to start the game for us, huh? Now that you're here. We want to play this table. This is the rule. Huh? Table 1 will be writing, will be responding to the question. Why? We'll be asking a question. Why? Yes, why? Why? You can say why anything. We've been here for 3 days, so you can say why anything. So why I have a big head, why I'm wearing a suit, why you are, I don't know, whatever, why you are sitting on the chair. Then Husna's table will be responding to us because. So because Husna is taking water, because Ken is touching his bag, because anything, just respond to because. Just write anything because you can discuss among your group and just say, okay, it's because. So you will be responding to them, but they are not going to tell you what they are writing, the question they are asking. So let's go. So you are doing why, you're doing because, you're doing why, you're doing because, you're doing why, then the table just behind you will be responding because. So you're also doing why, then they're responding because. So why? Because. Oh, I'll skip them because they are rapporteurs. So they are doing because. Why? Where Achar, you're doing why? Because. Hannah, you'll be responding because. Then we have why. Okay. Because, huh? Oh, why, huh? Why? Because, why? Because, why? Then, because, yes. Yeah, because me. Yeah, so 5 minutes. You write 3 whys, huh? 3 whys, 3 because. 3 why, 3 because. What? What? It is why, because, why, because, why. Then we go to because, why, because, why, because, why, because, why, because, why, because, why, because, why. So then I will finish with because. So 5 minutes. Amy, write because. Because you're seated.
You can
because
deliberate in the
anything.
group to just come up with the whys and the becauses answers.
Yes.
So 1 minute,
just
you'll be
write.
done.
Ask any question. Just ask anything. Why anything? Because anything. So then one person in the group will be reading for us the answers. Just 3. 3. 3 becauses. 3. 3 becauses. If you're doing why, it's 3 whys. 5 minutes. Okay. 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 Okay.
All right, you're done?
We are done? We
You're
are
done?
done. Yes.
All right.
All right. So which table is going to start? We start with you? Okay. So you will read the first one, then they will respond with their because. So give them the mic. So Husna is responding. So let's start with you. You can have the mic. Who is reading? So you read the first one. You respond.
Please pay attention. We are starting. Why this forum?
It seems he's scared of asking me that. Bring it on.
Why this forum?
Okay, I'm putting a disclaimer first from this group. I was bulldozed to write. There's nothing I wrote here because I came late.
Why inclusion in this forum?
Because conference was engaging.
Why rangelands in this forum?
Because there is uncoordinated efforts from all players.
Uncoordinated?
Yes.
That was very good. It's like they were coordinated. So we had this group who is asking the question.
Right. Why? Why?
Anything? No? Oh, okay. You did because or why?
Question, why? Why range management?
Because he's moderating the session.
Why pastoralist mobility?
Because he wants to understand the customary tenure rights.
Why food security in our rangelands?
Because he's thirsty.
All right. Who is doing why? The why is here? You did because, huh? Yeah. Oh, okay, so they're doing it, huh? You are because, okay. So, yeah, who is reading? You? Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes,
Why change the water?
because we are fighting in regards to land ownership and pastoralism.
Why are we still here?
Because the region is heavily infested with fly.
Why did you not respond to my questions before you got it?
Because we are going to leave today. And the last one, because it's dry season.
So why? Yeah? This is because. What, because?
Yeah.
You all did because. Who did why? You did why? Why?
No, we are because.
Ah,
They are because.
They are because. Who is why between you?
We are why? They are.
Okay, so you read. Why they're because. Okay, fine.
We are why?
So
We are
I'm
because.
in the because.
They-
Yeah.
We also wrote because. No.
Aya. Yes. Why is the program not ending?
Because it's October.
Why were we kept here yesterday up to 6?
Because it's been 3 days.
Okay. Why is the conference in Safari Park and we are sleeping in Westlands?
Because I'm thirsty.
Okay, so who is reading?
Because.
Yeah, because yes, they're why.
Why this conference?
Because of love.
Oh my God. Why are we here?
Because of unity.
Why haven't we finished yet?
Because of peace.
Who has not spoken? Why? You are because, eh? They're because. Oh, who is doing
Someone
because?
else.
No, you talk. Because.
Why?
Why? Because.
It'll be- Okay.
You don't even have an answer.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, okay, you respond.
Okay. Okay. Why do we eat always?
Sorry?
Why do we eat always?
Because I'm tall.
Why do we advocate?
Because corruption kills our economy.
Was that the answer right?
Yes.
Why environmental conservation?
Because this is logically that way.
You read my mind.
Okay, so the last group, you're doing why, you did because, eh? Okay. That group has spoken. Have they? You've spoken? Oh, they did, okay. The last.
Why are we here?
Because it's October.
Why do we need customary law?
Because it's our motherland in Kenya.
And lastly, why are we back?
Because it's because it's almost the end of the year.
Well, thank you so much, Lauren, for that wonderful session.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going now to the last session, and that is the closing session. And in this session, you're going to have closing remarks from our partners and organizers, who will be giving us a few remarks, and thereafter we shall be closing with a vote of thanks. So, without wasting much time, I would like to take this moment to welcome the representation from the International Land Coalition, and that is the remarks to be made by Mary Maneno. Please, Mary Maneno, you are welcome to the podium to give the closing remarks on behalf of the ILC. Thank you. You can give her a hand of a clap as she comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We are good? We are good? Okay. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would say, of course, all the organizations represented, we have Reconcile, we have FAO, we have WHH, we have International Land Coalition or the ILC, we have Mbeya Institute. Yes, we're really grateful for, of course, this opportunity that we've had. I think it's really a journey that we've had since the planning of this event in terms of course, bringing into action the various thoughts or the what do you call it, actualizing the thoughts that we had for purposes of ensuring that this high-level policy conference, remains a reality. I think it's really a good thing that it has really happened, and we are really grateful. It was not necessarily our own making, but it has taken concerted efforts from, of course, everyone that is here, because you, our partners, you, our various stakeholders, we really owe you, because we are grateful for all that partnership that has been there, that has really contributed to the success of this event. It has really taken the efforts of everyone represented here, I would say. In one way or another, you have all contributed through the various thoughts, the various insights that have been shared, the real life cases, the voices on the ground, and the realities. I think what really is a take home for most of us is really time to be able to actualize this. Time for action, time to not just necessarily but time for us to be able to see how best we can put all these good thoughts that have been shared into perspective and see how best to proceed. We have the very good documents as the outcomes of this conference that have already been highlighted, and we have all contributed to the making of this document. So I believe that time is ripe now to see how best we can be able to ensure that we move beyond talks to action. Beyond talks. Hello, beyond talks
to action.
Beyond talks
to action.
So many spaces lie ahead of us. Of course, we have the various critical spaces, not just at the national spheres, but regional and global spaces that we should take advantage of. Let's see how best we can continue networking and working together. Let's not work in silos. Let's not just meet each other during these conferences, but let's see how best we can be able to continue the good work that has started and see how best we can be able to pull together and, of course, be the ambassadors on the ground for the various communities that we work for. True or false? Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? I would really hope that the next time we have this conference, that is 2027, yes, 2027, God willing, inshallah, we are able to all come and share the good practices. We are able to say, from 2023, 2025, 2027, this has happened. Let us share the good stories. Let us document the good stories. And let us just ensure that our presence is felt on the ground. Those who are dependent on us, the marginalized communities, not just marginalized, the various people the groups that are normally marginalized in various fronts. Of course, pastoralist women being one of them, and women generally of all cadres. Of course, we are talking about here the youths. We are talking about the indigenous groups. We are talking about, for instance, even the small scale farmers. I mean, people who in most cases do not have the voice and agency to participate in some of these processes. Let us see how best we can also uplift them so that they can also be in their own ways, have the opportunities, if not to come to Safari Park. Let's see how best we can be able to use the various platforms we have to ensure that we are able to voice out some of those issues. And of course, engage as much with the various policy makers who are able to move things in one way or another at not just the national, regional, global, the various spaces that we have to be able to influence, to be able to have a change of state of affairs. And of course, I hope that this multi-stakeholder, I would say this alliance that is here from the academicians or researchers, from the various land practitioners, from the various, I don't want to exclude everyone, but I know you understand what I mean, the private sector, the government, and so on and so forth. Let's keep this alliance moving and let us move things on the ground. But I think if you forget everything that Mary Maneno says to you and the organizing committee, let us move beyond talks to, yes, I think I don't want to belabor anything that has been said today, but I think we carry home a vast amount of knowledge and insights that have been shared. Let us see how best we don't leave them here at Safari Park, but let's see how best all these good ideas can be shared out there, can be actualized out there in many ways, be it through advocacy and so on and so forth. Otherwise, I wish you all a very good afternoon. I wish you the very best, but of course, let us keep engaging as much as possible. Is that okay? Okay, Mr. MC, over to you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mary Maneno, for that awesome remark. At this juncture, I would like to welcome the next partner from the Tembea, Mr. Jared. Please make your way to the floor to make your remarks.
Good afternoon. We have had a very good experience for the last 3 days. And as we come to a close, it is my humble duty to thank you all for getting time to be here. We have emphasized all areas of action, including partnerships, consultations that is continuous. But more important, as we end this 3 days high-level conference, it is the beginning of planning for the 2027 third biannual conference. And that can only be possible when each and every partner are in their own individual spaces, jointly and in concert with others, ensure that we are in continuous communication with each other. So I'll urge the organizers, which we are part of, to come up with a communication platform that will enable us to continually engage. And it is my plea that in the intervening period, we can have a scheduled, regularized virtual engagements as a way of monitoring or as a way of discussing the various thematic areas that we have already indulged in here, as a continuation of the conversation that we have had here. Lastly, to the key partners that enable this conference be a success, thank you very much for the financial contributions, and to the intellectuals through their efforts in the faculties that contributed to the various discussions, presentations. Thank you very much. And as in my church, they say, go back to your homes and be good ambassadors of this gospel. For those that shall stay behind, enjoy the hospitality of this country. You can visit Nairobi National Park. You can roll down to Masai Mara and see how beautiful this country is. And for those that are going to continue with the subsequent conference that I think begins tomorrow, we want to wish you all the best. That and the energy that you have gotten from this, continue with the same discussion into that platform. So, and those that are traveling out of this country, have safe travels. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jared. You can give him another round of applause as he goes to take a seat. At this juncture, I would also like to call the next partner. And there is Amy Auma from International Alert to make her remarks. Amy Auma, she stepped outside. All right, as we wait for Amy Auma to come, we can proceed to have Mr. Festus to give the remarks on behalf of WHH. Please welcome Mr. Festus.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, which I take with a lot of humility. On behalf of WHH, the leadership of WHH, a country program in Kenya, and on my own behalf, I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this conference. And I want to say that I wasn't present during the conference of 2023, but through my participation of 3 days that we've been here, I got a feeling that there's been a great deal of incrementalism from what discussed in the conference that was there before in 2023. And for me, it has been really an opportunity for not only exchanging our experiences and knowledge, but also to learn a lot. I have learned a lot. We've had a lot of exchanges. We have a lot of really learning from one another, from what is happening across the region and beyond. And therefore, I'm really very grateful for this opportunity. I know we really have discussed a lot of things. There are a lot of imperatives. And we get out of this place really, for me, a better person. And I really look forward to really contributing to the processes that that have been adopted here. And I also really want to also thank everyone who has been behind making sure that this conference is a success. And we look forward really to further engagements. There have been a lot of discussions around the next steps. Thank you very much, even for the communique, the people behind that great deal of work. We are really grateful. For us as WHH, we also look forward to continuing to play our bit as part of the community of actors in this country in terms of advancing the issues that we've discussed here and taking the agenda forward. Thank you very much. And I also wish you a very good stay for those who are staying around, continue to stay here in the country. And for those who are traveling, I also wish you journey mercies and pass our regards to your colleagues and friends wherever you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Festus. We will give all the partners, the speakers, one good clap after all that have done speaking. So at this juncture, as we wait for Amy Auma to come, I would like to welcome Mr. Ken Otieno from Reconcile to give us his remarks. Please welcome Mr. Ken.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe we are on the last day. It's like we're just starting, but at the same time, it's like it has been there forever. This is a process that I want to say has taken us quite a lot of time, some time. We have had many meetings. We have had many conversations, bilateral conversations. We have had side chats only to make this thing be a success. I looked at the game that was being played here, just to give us a sense of the level of satisfaction, the level of the richness or the value of the content of what we planned. And all indications were clear that we indeed have done fairly well. But doing well is not good enough. I think we could do and we shall do better than that. When we came for this process, I think the theme was clear. And we are looking at research, pastoralism, but then we wanted to see the role of policy, research, and learning. And I believe at the end of this, we can say that we have made contributions to that. So for me, around 4 things that I would want to reflect on, even as we close. One of the things that I want to reflect on is the second from the last, which is research. And I know we're asking ourselves, why did we have a theme on research? Is it because we don't have enough institutions to do research? I don't think so. Is it because we don't have enough researchers? I also don't think so. But it is because we appreciate that research is not an end in itself, but research needs to be given life to function. But we also appreciated that research can help us look at things differently. It can give us new knowledge. It can give us new thinking in terms of solving or dealing with our problems. And therefore, this conference needs to continue building on research as a key pillar of making a difference, because I have emphasized, and I would still continue saying, that this platform is not any other conference platform, but it has to be a different platform. And I think we've done just that in terms of making contributions to that. And secondly, learning and sharing. We thought through this conference and found it necessary that we need to have a space where we can learn and share different ideas, different experiences and expertise. Because we believe that when we are together, we can make even a greater difference as opposed to when we are doing things based on how our institutions and our organizations think, believe, and also execute. And therefore, creating a space for learning, and learning that is cross-sectoral, learning that is interlinked, and learning that is based on real evidence for us is something that was really, really important. And I believe that we have fairly contributed to creating that space. And the fact that we are having the conference alone for me is enough to demonstrate that there is that space that we have created. What that space will do for individuals in this room and those who want to be part of this is a different conversation. But what is important is that that space is there. The third thing should be, why do we call this thing a regional conference? It is because we are looking at this as an opportunity where we can also think beyond our borders. And thinking about beyond our borders is thinking sustainable pastoralism. And when we are thinking about sustainable pastoralism, we are also recognizing that we have pastoralists and we have others who use the same resources, but they are not just domiciled in one country, but they are across. And therefore, can we create an opportunity that allows us to have conversations beyond our region? And therefore, having us sit here for 3 days, I think in itself is a clear testament that we really need and believe in the regional conference. And lastly, this conference is in itself an opportunity. Why is it an opportunity? And why can we make it an opportunity? I am not so sure that we have an active conference or platform that is being held after every 2 years to discuss issues that are very specific to customary tenure in the region. I am not so sure. And if there is, I don't know. Many years ago, before I joined Reconcile, the only regional conference which I did participate in, and which was co-hosted by Reconcile and FAO Global, was in 2006. And it went for 3 weeks. And it looked at all these livelihoods: forest, fisheries, agriculture, pastoralism. From there, I have not heard of a conference that has been consistent, that is dealing or seeking to address these challenges. And coincidentally, Husna and I were not working for the respective organizations, but it's a convergence of interest and common thinking, common aspirations and wishes that we have all come together again, and we are having this. So for me, I think it's a great opportunity that we must not, tire from convening, thinking, planning, agreeing and disagreeing, because it has not been easy. I think at some point we would very much disagree, but we have soldiered on. So when this idea was being discussed, we never thought that it was going to be possible to have another one, but it is possible. And now when it has been called biannual, then I think it is something that we are going to carry forward. But even as we are doing all these things, one of the most important things that we must do and we must think through is how we are going to make rangelands and pastoralism be a reality. And the only way out for that is to look at it as a system-based, we must apply system-based approach so that we can be looking at the people, the resources, and the environment. Because that is the only answer that we have. So for me, and this has been said, and I'm happy that I think we were whispering about it. I know at Reconcile, some of us have been conversing around this in terms of how do we ensure that this thing be a continuation or be a continuous biannual meeting, and now it is there. And I've listened to some of the partners who have joined us here saying that, we want to start the planning. So as we start the planning, what is the roadmap that is going to lead us to 2027? Fortunately or unfortunately, 2027 is also an electioneering year. What commitments are we looking at? Would we use that opportunity to, also advance certain things that we need to do? The commitments are clear. It is up to us to make it work. So I want to say that as an organization, as Reconcile, and I believe with FAO, because we have new partnerships between FAO at country level and with FAO at regional level. And fortunately, again, these partnerships that we are having run beyond 2027. And therefore, that already gives us an opportunity to think about this even beyond what we have done today and see how we can make it. So my promise to the group and my promise to the partners and my promise to the stakeholders is that as an organization, this is something that we are committed to. We have to talk to our donors. We have to talk to our partners. And as we move today, as we leave this place, my mind is clear that the roadmap to 2027 has started today and now. And with that, I wish you the very best and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ken Otieno, for the wonderful remarks. I would like to call to the podium Emi Auma from International Alert to give us her closing remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, all. How are you this afternoon? You're excited to be ending it? Are you excited as I am that it's coming to an end? Because I think it's coming to an end with something useful. So that makes it exciting. But I want to start by thanking everybody who is here as part of the supporting partners. I think I am very grateful that we have made it this far, and with the faces that I see around the room. The truth is we could do all the planning that was necessary to make this happen, but without everybody in this room, I don't think we would count this successful in any way. And for that, I am extremely grateful and thankful to everyone that has been part of this conversation this far. I think a lot has been said in the last 3 days. I think a lot of important conversations have taken place, which means I'm going to take very few minutes to do these closing remarks, since I believe that everything that needs to be said has been said. But even as I say that, I want to say two things probably as an excuse for the fact that I will take at least a few minutes of your time with these closing remarks. Somebody said that sometimes the most revolutionary thing you can do is repeat what everybody knows or what everybody has said, especially when the world keeps pretending not to hear it. It is not the first time that we are having such a conference. I believe in a lot of places, such a conference has been held because we have rangeland actors in this particular room, people who work on land. These are conversations that have been had. And so sometimes you ask yourself, should we continue having this conversation? Should we be thinking about 2027? And should we be having that conversation still? But between now and 2027, should we also be having other conversations and convincing us to think that this conversation is important? And I say yes, because I'm reminded that the most revolutionary thing you can do is repeat what everybody has. I mean, sometimes the most revolutionary thing you can do is repeat what everybody knows or what everybody has said, especially when the world keeps pretending not to hear it. And I think the whole question of rangelands and what is needed, the conversations that we have had, sometimes you wonder whether people are pretending not to hear it. The second thing that I want to say is that when people say those things that are most familiar, it is okay. And probably it is something that we should do. And the reason why I'm saying this is I want to encourage us to say these things. Why? Because repetition is not a failure. So again, I want to quote someone who says, repetition is not a failure of imagination. It is a form of resistance, especially when some of these things are not treated with the urgency that they should be. So the fact that we are seated here and we've been sitting here for the last 3 days, and the fact that I believe all of us are picking bits and pieces of this conversation and are going to do it out there, whether it is through research, whether it is through policy, whether it is influencing practices at different levels. One of the things that I want to encourage us to think about what we are doing is that we are resisting that which needs to be resisted, because repetition is a form of resistance, and it's resistance that we need for us to be able to advance the ambitions that we have. And so without fearing repeating what Ken said, I want to say that a lot that has been done, and as we go forward, one of the questions that also rings in my mind is the question of what next? And so what next for me, those two things that I've said should encourage you to sustain this particular conversation. The people who are going to do anything about this between now and 2027 is not the partners that are listed here, but all of us. So this will only work if we cascade these things, either all of them or some of them, either collectively in collaborations or individually, but we really need to take them forward. It's the only way to succeed. So I want to encourage us to, between now and 27, to pride in, come back with pride, in whatever form we will hold, this conversation in 2027 or thereafter, to come back with, the fact that there are things that we took that were important to us and we were able to deliver them. As a peace building organization and as somebody who works with a peace building organization in the Horn of Africa region, a region that has or is known for conflict in different forms, one of the things that I have come to believe is that relationships and cultivating positive relationships is sometimes the simplest thing, but sometimes the most difficult thing. But it is the only thing that can actually advance different thing that this world needs. So whether it is about rangelands, it's about people at the end of the day. We might be talking about land, we might be talking about policies, but at the core of it, at the heart of it, is people. And people means relationships, whether it is horizontal relationships or vertical relationships. So I also want to encourage us to pick these things and think about the relationships that we can cultivate and to take forward to be able to realize success. So thank you so much, one, for honoring us with your presence for the last 3 days, for honoring us with your voices and your thoughts, for sharing in your reflections, because this level of
conference or conversation for me is about how is it that we bring together and how is it that our thoughts converge so that we are able to realize a strategic position for what we want to achieve. I think individually we are doing great things out there. Individually, we have things that are important to us, but collectively we can be strategic in realizing the change that is desirable. So we have to do this for our rangelands and for our people. And I thank you so much, and I wish you all the best as we continue this journey. Thank you very much. And thank you, Reconcile and FAO Husna, for leading this wonderful process.
Thank you so much, Emeoma. And now it's my pleasure to welcome on the stage Husna Mbarak from FAO to give her closing remarks.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Well, okay. So I'm not so sure if that was we are sad we are leaving or we are glad we are leaving. But I would like to take this opportunity to first and foremost appreciate all of you from government, from non-state, from communities, from the private sector. And further, say thank you to our core conveners from WHH, ILC, Tembea, Mercy Corps, International Alert, and Reconcile. Definitely, I have to mention that Reconcile has been our longest partner in this journey. And I hope that, I remember the first day when I said, we are calling upon all of us to ensure we don't only come in to share stories, but making sure that we become ambassadors at all levels. And I want to give an example of what transpired last year in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, during the COP, the UNCCD. We're all familiar with the 3 Rio Convention, and one of them is the UNCCD. One of the biggest milestones is recognition of land tenure, and it has become an action and a declaration. Why I'm bringing this example, as we also have more discussions within the other 2 Rios, and that is the UNFCCC and the CBD, is because of such type of conversations, the learning, the sharing, the advocacy and lobby, which we put in our own levels. It could be at community level, it could be at regional level, it could be at national level, it could be even at global level, and allows us to ensure that we speak in one voice. And you know what it is when something is adopted or becomes a declaration. For us to be able to recognize, unless land tenure security is attained, all these other efforts will not happen. And I think this is what Ken was saying, Emily was saying, Jared was saying, my colleague from WHH, and all of us here are saying, it has to be a system approach. We cannot be only recognizing what we do in our midst or our territories, not realizing unless we ensure that all the other territories are in this process, then we'll continue failing. I also want to share one of the biggest milestone, and this is just an example, is on the marine protection, marine ecology and ecosystem protection. There has been for a long time discussion on protection of the various marine resources, including, and this example is on turtles, where Kenya was doing their part according to their territory. Somalia was doing their part. South Africa was doing their part. Tanzania was doing their part. And I'm only giving an example of where the Indian Ocean is. And including Yemen and the Asian part where we are, because of the nature of the marine turtles. Unless that realization came in or is taken in terms of, as much as I'm protecting the turtle in my territory, and the other one is also protecting because they migrate in all over, then we won't do anything in terms of protecting and conserving the marine turtle. And that is why it is important for us to come in as all of us. And I need also to recognize the call with the SDG 17 in terms of partnership. Unless all of us are able to speak one direction, realize and probably adopt to the reality of a system approach, then we won't go anywhere. And this is what has been in this discussion from day one to today. I know I missed the part. I have to recognize I missed the morning part today, but I didn't miss it because I need to miss it. There was another discussion on the use of technology and trying to ensure that governments recognize the use of technology, not only in securing tenure in terms of registration, but also ensuring that you map out all the resources you have and be able to plan. And others in terms of administration, ensuring that decision-making is done on an informed platform and ensuring that data is there to also not only inform policy, but also resource allocation. You can only use, you can only spend where you know more. And I think this is the direction which we need all of us to be able to take at all levels. For those who come from Kenya, I know this is a discussion you are having even in your different counties, and I will really urge all of you to be able to embrace and see how you can also work with the county governments to ensure that they map out and they plan better, because planning is devolved, and also ensuring that the national government is on top of this policy framework as much as is beautiful unless is actualized. With that also, I need also to look at, in terms of what we've been talking and all these 3 days on a system approach. Every other country here has issue both internally and externally on aspects of boundaries. And I'm bringing this on a pastoralism approach. I'm not making a statement, but I'm speaking as an expert. Unless we remove the administration boundaries and election boundaries from our heads, we will end up doing a lot of efforts which will not actually work under a system approach. Why I'm saying this is, if you look at it in terms, I'm going to register my community land in accordance to that territory I've been using, and you're embracing pastoralism as a land use, what happens is you'll do that, what do you call it? You put borders. So what happens to the future of pastoralism? So let's embrace this and be able to guide these policy frameworks to ensure that we don't look at it at those levels. We all know about administration boundaries and election boundaries are there for purposes of service delivery. But when we bring into aspects of protection and recognition, and most importantly, land uses, then we have to think through in terms of how best can we be able to look at. And this is one of the big challenges which came out from some of the discussion. And an example will be when there is drought, Marsabit taking their livestock down to Tana River, or Garissa taking to, what happens? So what we need to look at is, because there is already conflict in those areas, how best can we look at a system approach, but also the social approach which our forefathers traditionally, culturally have been doing, and be able to embrace. And then finally, from my side, the laws and policy have a good intent. And I like it when I say, when it's recognized in law, that means we need to embrace it with positivity and ensure that this is being done for us to be able to document and say that this is how we have been doing things, and probably look into better ways in improving our breeds, improving our fodder production, improving in terms of protection of our rangelands, moving forward. It doesn't mean that when you are recognized in terms of customary tenure, you have to end up putting what? Walls and grills and wire, those fences all over. Actually, it's happening, and we might want to rethink that. And I like it because it really came out from this discussion. All in all colleagues here have talked of, let's walk the talk. The little you do, the small you do at your level actually is not in vain. It has to be continuous, and it has to be sustainable in a way that everybody needs to hear it. And this is why I like such forums. And also, actually, for us as FAO, we promote such forum because we end up really discussing pertinent issues which we are facing on the ground. At some point, I was whispering to Ken and say that one of the things which I'm really hearing from people, these are not abstract level talks. We all know what it is when I say abstract. The normal way we say we need policies, we need this and this. No, whatever we were discussing here actually came from real practical, real research areas, and how we can be able to enhance. And I also join in Ken to say that why we brought research here, we all know, and we all have gone through different schools here. There is a lot of information, even in our own universities, in our own organization. How can they be brought out to ensure that they inform policy? Is that not true? How many have theses here in their universities? Those beautiful books, written in, it's black and gold, some blue and gold. How many have? You see, there's so many of you here, but are we really putting your findings and your recommendation into practice? Those are things we really need to look into. Are they informing even a simple way of ensuring we get good experts from our university? I like talking about one research we did, one study we did, and Professor Odote is not here, but he was one of the person who did this in terms of looking at the curriculum of the various public university, if they are really truly helping out in terms of, modeling an expert. One of the things which was brought out is, and this is on one area of expertise, the surveyors. Is there a surveyor in the house? So I can speak. I can see any hand from a surveyor. Oh, I'm going to speak nice thing. One of the things, or one of the professionals who get a hard time out in the field, especially when they are using those gadgets to be able to survey, is them. And why they do that? Because the curriculum tells them to just go in and put a geo-reference here, there, with those error margins and stuff. One thing they've never brought out is they come in, survey and go. And some of the conflicts actually come with that, because they come in and say this land belongs to this person and this is the, but they don't bring in the social aspects of that particular community. And that's why we have subdivisions in even rangelands and community lands in various regions. And I think that is one of the biggest finding, that when we are training our people in this university, they have to have a whole package to be able for them as experts also advise in terms of, we don't need boundaries here because this is a rangeland. It has to be either collective or communally appreciated and protected. So these are some of the things which not only came from these discussions, but also things we really need to bring on the table as we move forward. With that, in the spirit of this partnership, of course, as I look forward to 2027, Ken and Emily and Jared, I had requested this should move to another country so as they can host. Because 2027, Kenya will be, as much as we want to lobby even for Kenya, during the campaign period, we might want also to think, I wish you were in Uganda. When is Uganda voting? Sorry? Is that a Uganda speaking? Okay, at least we know the president. On a lighter note, yeah, but I think these are some of the discussions we need to bring and also look at the situation and circumstances. But these are recommendations. We see how best we can do. And as I said, we welcome everybody to join us and be able to ensure not only in regards to recognizing rangelands and pastoralism, and actually pastoralism is the oldest land use in the world, isn't it? When we talk of Abraham, when we talk of Adam, we see, can I say we see livestock, huh? We see camels, even some of the drawings, animations and stuff, we see those type of, so this is one of the oldest land uses, and we need to recognize and ensure that it's sustainably with people, and especially not only as a livelihood, but also as a socially and sustainable management of it. So from our end, I say we guarantee our continuous support and let's walk the talk. And once again, thank you very much. Nice to meet all of the people we've mingled with before, but also nice to meet the new people who we met this time. And let's continue the talk, but let's ensure we do what? We walk the talk. Asanteni sana, and may God bless all of you. Thank you. And I give back to our, what did you call yourself? A pretender over?
Thank you so much, Husna. And now, at this juncture, I would like to extend my invitation to the last speaker for the day, and that is the Deputy Chief State Counsel, Office of the Attorney General, and State Department of Justice, Human Rights, and Constitutional Affairs, Trufosa Achar. Kindly make your way to give your closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Najua sote tunataka kwenda nyumbani. Pia mimi. Okay. So I'll make it very quick. And you'll forgive me. Today I'm wearing my government hat, and the government will really respect protocols. So you'll allow me to be sensitive to the protocol present. But just before that, from a personal level, I am so pleased to be here. I am so pleased to see the outcome of implementation of communal land tenure, not only from Kenya, but from all the East African countries present here. Most of you were saying hello to me, and I'm like, remind me where we met. I am so happy. In 2019 to 2024, when I was working in the State Department for Lands, Physical Planning, and Urban Development, we went around 24 counties that have community land, and I was privileged to visit 224 sub-counties in the 24 counties, sensitizing people about the Community Land Act and related regulations. And I am so happy to see community land management committees here. I am so happy we are at 67 or 68 community land having been registered, and that you people that who are sensitizing then have become champions. What does that show us? Inawezekana, sindio? So let's not tire. Let's soldier on. And lastly, I want to say from my personal perspective, there's this notion that when you register your community land, na unapatiwa title. I don't know who told us this lie that you raise some imaginary boundaries between your community and the other community. Of course, the law allows free movement of animals and so on and so forth. The piece of paper called title was just a proof of ownership. Because today, if government is doing all the development projects that we know are going around, Lamu, Lapset, name it, the big roads and all that, and then Article 66 of the Constitution where you are supposed to be compensated, who is the government supposed to compensate? When you want to negotiate the carbon credit agreement and all that, who are these partnership and investors negotiating with? So let's look at the aspect of registration that is positive to the communities. But having said that, let's also not be quick to register so that then we go to conversion to private land. I wish we could amend the law somewhere and put that that disclaimer, or that to say that the big title for community will remain, especially where we have pastoralism as a land use, among others. So those were my comments as a participant. Now let me wear the other hat as a government. Representative of countries present: Uganda, Tanzania, Southern Sudan, Ethiopia, and the host country. Participants from different counties, especially members of Community Land Management Committee members, distinguished delegates from different communities and countries represented here, development partners and UN agencies, civil society present, FAO, European Union, WHH, ILC, International Lands, and others that are present, representative from Council of Governors and county government, representative present, distinguished guests from the grassroots community in all the countries that are presented here. Ladies and gentlemen, My fellow national government representative from State Department for Lands and Ministry of Agriculture, members of COPs, community of parties, and our convener and their co-conveners who have made this conference a success. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very happy that we've come to an end of the second edition of this conference. And the theme was so handy. Ridgelands, pastoralism, the role of policy research and learning. This theme is well thought. And just to think about it, that 70% of land mass in Kenya, and yesterday I was learning that it's the same in Uganda. I believe in most of the East Africa country, a bigger percentage of the land mass is ridgeland or community land or communal land tenure or unregistered community land. You realize that this is a big percentage of the land mass in Kenya, in East Africa, in Commonwealth, in the entire African continent. And therefore, this second edition of the conference is so handy because we're exploring avenues and opportunities and approaches that we could use at local level, regional level, national level, grassroots level to exploit the rich resources that are locked there in the ridgelands and in the unregistered community land. I want to say that the outcome of this conference, the communique that we looked at, all of us, that we made together, all of us, and have adopted, is a powerful advocacy tool and document that going forward, individual countries presented, individual partners present, all actors, state and non-actors, should use as a lobby tool to make the voices of communities living in the region not represented here, making their voice to be heard in platforms where they can reach. And I've mentioned, and I'll just repeat, these platforms are at your local levels, at regional level, at global level. And I want to say that most of the outcome here also should be used by state and non-state actors present and development press to develop the capacity of the grassroots community to be able to explore and exploit the rich resources that they have in the ridgeland, 70% for economic growth, for sustainability, but above all, to improve their livelihood. We can never emphasize more the role of data, technology, the importance of solving the land tenure challenges, and embracing better approaches to addressing conflict, governance issues, among others. All these aspects are very, very important to help us explore better avenues to improve the ridgelands and exploit the rich resources that are still locked down there. I call upon all partners present to take key note of the role and the place of women and the youth, and you particular participant who is seated here, to enhancing all approaches that we can and mechanism to exploit and to improve the livelihood of the communities. Lastly, I want to thank each one of you for traveling from your different places and for taking time to be part of the voice that have developed the outcome of this workshop. With those very many remarks, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Char. Ladies and gentlemen, we are one step away to come to the end of this conference. And at this juncture, I would like us to appreciate the partners as I had promised earlier. Then we shall call the vote of thanks to happen. So it's been 3 splendid days, and all of us, we have been basking under the sunshine of these awesome partners here. And I want to ensure that we give them a good round of applause for just the magnificence of the idea to have this conference and also the ferocity of the execution to ensure all of us gather here from different parts of the region. So in the morning, I taught you one clap I learned from South Africans, Señorita and the Mambarita. We can do it for them, and thereafter I'll usher in the vote of thanks session. Do you remember it? Do you remember? Do you remember? All right, let's do a reminder. Okay, Señorita. No, somebody. Señorita. It was 4. Señorita. Bambarita. Nice. All right, so we are ready, right? All right, let's go. Señorita. 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 Bambarita. Bambarita. Thank you so much to our partners for the amazing job. And without wasting much time, I would like to welcome Mr. Olo to give us the word of thanks. And as he comes, just a reminder, we have documents outside there that you can get access to as you get outside. We have the strategic plan for Reconcile, the abridged version. We also have the compendium of regional study and numerous others. There's a QR code there you can scan to access some of them. So thank you so much, and may God bless all of you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Every tide has an ebb. Every sunrise has a sunset, and every beginning has an end. Now, this conference started on Monday. That was a sunrise, and today we are coming to the conclusion that becomes our sunset. So I am Dr. Stephen Olo Magadi. I am a board member at Reconcile. I'm actually the board treasurer. And away from Reconcile, I am a lecturer at Kabarak University. So those of you who are here and you'd want to advance your studies, you are welcome at Kabarak University, where we offer education in a biblical perspective. So my duty here is to move a vote of thanks. And before I do that, we have to recognize that to host an event like this, there are 3 stages: the planning stage, execution stage, and finally the post-mortem. So I have one piece of suggestion to the organizers. And in their table, I can see they are in discussion. I want them to pay attention. As you go to do your postmortem, I think of creating a lasting impression on the participants. As you can see, I am on a hood that is for Reconcile. And if you invited 500 participants, let's say, then you divide amongst yourselves. If you are 5 partners, you do 100 hoods. And when they leave, by the time it is wearing out, they are coming for another conference and they wouldn't want to miss it. Bags, that one you have given us a lot of conflict with our wives at home, because I know the moment I arrive with it at home, it will no longer be my property. So I just want to extend appreciation and thanks to a number of people. And the first one, I would want to start with our keynote speakers who graced our occasion. And I want to mention them by name, whether they were here physically or they were represented. So we have Justice Samuel Emokor, that is High Court Judge, Lands Division, that is Republic of Uganda. We have Gasho Motachi, the chairperson, NLC. We have PS Nixon Korir, that is the PS for State Department of Lands and Physical Planning. We have PS Dr. Raymond Omolo, that was PS State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. We have His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, that is Chairman, Council of Governors. And we have CS Honorable Alice Wahome, that is Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Land, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. We want to extend our appreciation to them for accepting to honor our occasion. Now, secondly, I want to go to the Organizing and Planning Committee. And allow me to mention the partners, EU, we have FAO, Reconcile, WHH, ILC, we have International Art, Mercy Corps, Tembea, Futures Institute, Christian Sense, and IYRP, and not forgetting the Republic, represented by the state officials here. This event would have not been a success without your financial and human resource input. Behind the scenes, you have worked tirelessly, you have put in a lot of resources to ensure that this event is a success. The third group that I want to appreciate are the chair stations. We have the panelists, we have the moderators, we have the rapporteurs, and the MCs. Through their guidance, this conference has been a success. We lack enough words to thank you. And fourth, and the very important part of this conference are the invited conference participants. We have drawn participants from the East African region and beyond. By abandoning your other responsibilities, finding time to come and camp here for 3 days is very, very kind of you. Without your attendance, this particular conference would have been called off. So we want to appreciate you very much and thank you. Second last, I want to appreciate the media, the sound, and the technicians. They have done a wonderful job. You could see, I have also forgotten, before I go to the media, we have invited conference participants. We have both physically present and those who are attending online. So the online participants, I also want to extend our appreciation to you. Then now we have the media, the sound, and the technicians. They have been here with us, ensuring that the conference is going without hitches. And we also appreciate you and thank you. And finally, I want to thank our hosts, that is the Safari Park Hotel Management. And I must admit, it has been a wonderful guest experience. Look at the general ambience of the place, the sumptuous and delicious meals we have been served, the security. We don't worry when we are going for meals or breakouts because there is a second eye watching over our valuables. So this support cannot go unnoticed, and therefore we are really delighted. I was not given the responsibility to declare the conference closed. So at this point, I would want to return the protocol back to our MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olo, for the awesome vote of thanks. I would like to request us to be upstanding as we close with the national anthem and the East African anthem. Thank you so much. So for the international participants, you can see Charles outside there. Otherwise, thank you so much. As you go, may your noble aspirations be elevated and may the objectives of your life be facilitated. Thank you so much. See you next time.
There's coffee, so don't just walk and go. There's coffee. Coffee is upstairs. There's coffee. Ni dinner.
Yeah, also some of the materials are in the website. You can just go to the website of Reconcile and download some of the
Dinner or
materials. Thank you.
We are not going to have maybe coffee is down. Dinner. Okay. There's coffee. You can have coffee at the normal place. I don't know where coffee is.